Okay. We have been so blessed to be here for many reasons, but one of them is we have gotten reacquainted with Matt Minikis. We had never met Josie before, but a few years ago, a little more than a few years ago, Matt and our son Daniel used to do music together. And our son Daniel was studying a book called Fox's Book of Martyrs, not such an easy thing to read. And as he read those stories of those great men and women of God who stood up and gave testimony to their faith, even at the risk of their own lives, he wrote the words to this song. And what we've been learning here from Pastor Greg has just reminded us that if we want to stand for Jesus, we need to surrender everything into his hands. Teach me, Lord, today. Tell me what to say when I'm in front of kings and queens. Guide me, Lord, I pray. I will be a light.
I will be a light.
Shining in the night. Though the world takes me to flames, I will keep the fight.
I have heard the stories told about the faithful men of old.
They were faithful to the fire.
To be like them is my desire. Help me stand for you, I pray.
Help me witness,
Come what may.
There will come a time when our light must shine. Men will hate us for our ways. That is why we must today learn to keep the faith.
Learn to keep the faith.
All the things we say, all the things we do and think. That way we can stand without a blame.
I have heard the stories told about the faithful men of old.
They were faithful to the fire.
To be like them is my desire. Help me stand for you, I pray.
Help me witness,
Come what may.
though they take me to the stake, peace is mine for Jesus' sake. It's all worth it just to call him friend over again.
I have heard the stories told about the faithful men of old.
They were faithful to the fire.
To be like them is my desire. Help me stand for you, I pray.
Help me witness,
Come what may. Come what may.
help me stand.
Come what may.
Stand for him.
Good evening, everyone. Wow, that was a powerful message. Barbara's going to be coming out in just a second, but I just wanted to remind you that there's going to be a concert immediately after her talk, this first talk. So if you want to listen, please come sit down and listen. If you don't want to listen, please go outside of the auditorium so it doesn't make noise talking. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much. And without any delay, here's Barbara.
Thank you and welcome. Welcome, everyone. You have lovely sunshiny weather here in Denton. And in this late afternoon class, I've been asked to talk about detoxing and also cleansing and the liver. The first class that I gave way back on Tuesday, I think it was, we talked about the headquarters of the human body, which of course is the brain. But whenever you've got headquarters, you've also got a project manager. And the project manager under the headquarters of the body is the liver. The liver is an incredible organ because it's the only organ of the body that has the ability to regrow. It's the largest internal organ in the body. And when you have a look at what happens in the liver and how the liver works as a project manager, you will then realize why God created this liver to be a recoverable organ. Cancer cannot get a hold on the body if the liver is working well. But before we go into a little bit of detail, I want to look at some basic principles. So if you were to buy an old house and you were planning to renovate it, the first thing you would do would be cleanse it, would be to wash it. You would never paint a dirty old wall. It's always a washing process first. And it's also the same with the body. And so what I'm going to take you through is basically often called a detox or a cleanse. Before the body can regenerate, before it can restorate, there needs to be a cleansing. But what I also find interesting is it's a spiritual principle as well. And Greg talked about his past life, how it hadn't been very good. And then on the prison floor, when he looked at his future, and through other agencies, he decided to surrender his heart to God. But you know, the same thing has to happen there. There has to be a cleansing. There's always a cleansing, is basically almost square one. And it's interesting that that's one of the reasons why the Black Plague is no more. That's one of the reasons why there are no childhood illnesses anymore, is because of Florence Nightingale, who had read the Bible principles of cleansing. And so reforms were put in place so that all the sewage from London didn't go into the Thames anymore. Because do you know the people living in London drank that water? The children were sitting in sewage, in gutters. No wonder. It says 25,000 babies a year were dying. This is in the mid to late 1800s. But Florence Nightingale read her Bible, and she'd read about the cleansing laws, the cleanliness laws that God gave to Moses with these millions of people in the desert. The record is there was no illness in the desert because of these basic cleanliness laws. The Bible says in Romans chapter 12, verses 1 and 2, I beseech you therefore, brethren, by the mercies of God, that you present your bodies living sacrifices, holy and acceptable to God, which is a reasonable service. It's a very reasonable request, because we are the winners when we live in a body that works. It's a very reasonable request. But notice what it says. I beseech you, therefore, brethren, by the mercies of God. It's by God's mercies that we are able to present our bodies living sacrifices. And you might say, oh, my body's far from a living sacrifice. Do you know you come as you are? Because Jesus is the greatest physician this world has ever known. You come as you are. But look at the second verse. It says, be not conformed to this world. Now, it's not hard to know how this world eats and drinks. Just go down to the local town. Just go and have a look at the most popular shops and you will see how most people eat and drink and live in the world today. Be not conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. So what's this got to do with presenting your bodies living sacrifices? The Bible says be transformed. In fact, that word transform comes from the word metamorphosis, which is illustrated in that little grub that goes into a cocoon and becomes a beautiful butterfly. Nothing in that butterfly resembles that little grub. That's the transformation. But be transformed by the renewing of your mind. So these verses are indicating that it's got to start in the mind. The renewing, how do we get a new mind? Because then it says that you may prove what is that good, acceptable and perfect will of God. We've looked at the good, acceptable and perfect will of God this week. Jesus said in John 10:10, I have come that they might have life and that they might have life more abundantly. God's aim for us is that life be very, very good. And so to present your body's living sacrifice, it says, be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind. And this is where we come to the cleansing. So what's this renewing of the mind? We go to Ezekiel 36. Ezekiel 36, verse 25. And God says, I will sprinkle you with clean water and you will be clean. From all your filthiness and idols will I cleanse you. So there's a cleansing first. And he says, and I will take away your heart of stone and I will give you a heart of flesh. And I will put my spirit within you and cause you to walk in my ways. And you will keep my statutes and do them. Keeping the statutes, keeping the laws of God. And on the first day, we looked at the mental laws. We looked at the physical laws. And then there's the moral laws. Notice how we do it. Notice first in Romans 12, 1 and 2, it says, I beseech you, therefore, brethren, by the mercies of God. These are the mercies of God. I will take away your... Well, first of all, he's going to sprinkle us with clean water and we will be clean. And I'll take away your heart of stone and give you a heart of flesh and put my spirit within you. And I will cause you... Here's the key. How many people say, I want to go to bed early, but I don't. I want to drink more water, but I don't. I want to stop my coffee, but I don't. How do I do it? Here's the key. Here's the key. And God put this in the Bible because he knows us. You see, he created us to be free moral agents with the ability to choose. And it's our God-given right to choose. God's government is a government of freedom, and God is not a tyrant. He's a gentleman. He will only come in under invitation. We've heard some beautiful messages today about that. And in Revelation chapter 3, verse 20, he says, behold, I stand at the door and knock. And if any man hear my voice and open the door, he said, I'll come in. Who opens the door? We do. He says, and then if any man hear my voice and open the door, how do we open the door? Through our reason, intellect, and judgment. This makes sense. I want to know. I want to know more. He said, and if any man hear my voice and open the door, he says, I'll come in and sup with him and he with me. Beautiful illustration of the intimacy with which God wants to know you and I. And he is the one which will enable us to go to bed early. Enable us to drink more water. Enable us. Remember what he says? I'll put my spirit within you and cause you. That's enable you, empower you. Yes, I can do it. And remember Proverbs 26:14, a just man falls 7 times but rises up again. Got that? It's not how many times we fall, it's how many times we rise. And that those accusations you sometimes hear, you're no good, you'll never do it, that's not the voice of God. The voice of God is illustrated beautifully in Matthew chapter 11, verse 28. Come unto me, all you that labour and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest. Take my yoke upon you, learn of me, for I am meek and lowly of heart, and you will find rest unto your souls, because my yoke is easy, my burden is light. Got that one? That's the helper. That's by the mercies of God that we can do this. And so whether it be spiritually, whether it be in our houses, whether it be physically in our body, before regeneration, restoration can happen, there's to be a cleansing. And in my next class, we're going to go into natural remedies, and I'll be telling you the story of my little grandson who they brought to him crying, limping. He stood on a rusty nail. No, we didn't take him to the hospital. No, we didn't get a tetanus injection. No, we did God's ways. And you know, when I looked at that little boy who was covered in dirt, is he a boy? I've seen a few little boys running around here. I just love watching them. Rolling in the dirt, picking up the rocks. Every mother of a boy knows. And what did I knew the first thing I had to do? It's not rocket science, is it? It's just basic common sense. And you know there's been a death and no one attended the funeral because no one knew he died. It was the death of common sense. Do you know God gave it to each one of us as a gift? But in many people it's sort of, it's slowly deteriorated because we've put our trust in a broken system. We've put our trust in something else. And that's why God said in Psalm 146, verse 3, put not your trust in princes, neither in the Son of Man, in whom there is no help. His breath goes forth, he returns unto his earth, and that very day his thoughts perish. Happy is he that hath the God of Jacob as his help, whose hope is in the Lord his God, that made heaven, earth, sea, and all that in them is, that includes us, and keeps truth forever. That's what I'm interested in. I'm interested in truth. And God is truth. What did Jesus say in John chapter 14, verse 6? I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man cometh unto the Father but by me. Truth is a beautiful thing. And Jesus said to the Jews that believed on him, and this is John 8, starting 31, he says, if you continue in my word, you will be my disciples indeed. That's because we're following his ways. And 32, I'm sure we know it well, and you shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. Okay, I want to do that again, but I want to hear it really loud. And you shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. Yes, yes, yes. Freedom is a beautiful thing. And that's why Jesus said, it's the first thing he read, and you'll find it in Luke 4:18, the age of 30, when his prefrontal cortex was fully developed. And he was asked to read in church. He said, the Spirit of the Lord is upon me, for he has anointed me to preach the gospel to the poor. He hath sent me to heal the brokenhearted, to preach deliverance to the captives. What's deliverance? Freedom. Deliverance to the captives, recovery of sight to the blind. Have you found that you are seeing a little bit clearer after this incredible conference? That some of the blindness has gone? To set at liberty those that are bruised. What's liberty? Freedom. God's government and God's message is a message of freedom. The lady, Robin, you may, if you've ever rung Misty Martin, you would have talked to her. She's our office manager. She attended our program 15 times before she finally retired from her job and came and worked volunteer. Couldn't get rid of this lady, and we didn't want to. She's now been our office manager for, I don't know, about 4 years. She was on thyroxine. She was told she'd be on that for the rest of her life. She's not on it anymore. That's freedom. Freedom. Now, if you're on thyroxine, please don't stop. Please get my book. And I think that we're going to be selling a few more after the sun goes down. And there's a chapter in there on the thyroid. And it'll show you everything that the thyroid needs to function well. And once you start getting it functioning well, you can start easing off, quite possibly, the medication. Who will tell you? Your body. Part of being your own doctor, very important part, is to listen. And I think it's something that many people have forgotten. That's why in Exodus 15:26, the Bible says, if you will diligently hearken, that's an old word for listen, to the voice of the Lord thy God, that voice is in your body. It will tell you. It'll tell you to stop exercising if you're going too fast, am I right? It will tell you. And if you're getting a little bit hot, it tells you to take your jumper off, doesn't it? And if you're getting a bit cold, it'll tell you to put it on. So diligently hearken or listen to the voice of the Lord thy God in your body, because he desires us to have life and have life more abundantly. But today we are exposed to so many environmental poisons. It is estimated we are exposed to about 100,000 new environmental poisons every year. So it's important to know. It's important to become intelligent. It's important to know what your clothes are made out of, because they're touching you. It's important to know what's in what you are eating. It's important to know what's in your cleaning products, what's in your personal care products. We have no say over the neighbour, but we have total say over our house and what's in our house. I found it very, very sad when I was in New Zealand 2 years ago, and the driver that was driving me from one area to another area, and we're looking at all the sheep on the hills, he said, do you know the farmers are burning their wool? I said, how so? He said, because all the people are buying synthetic polyester clothes and they're not buying the wool anymore. He said, did you know that polyester carpet and woolen carpet is the same price? That hurts. Someone has made a fortune out of polyester, and they're not going to get one of my cents. Yeah. If everyone made that decision, we could kill off this polyester. We could, this polyester market. And that's why Jesus said he came to open the eyes of the blind. Because I'd like to suggest that many people are sick through ignorance. They don't realise that how these chemicals are seeping in. And when on Tuesday we looked at that great dragon that was cast out from heaven, that old serpent called the devil and Satan, which has deceived the whole world. What's deception? Not as it seems. So these chemicals are little by little seeping in. And I'm horrified at what they've done to our military. Our military. I know in the Vietnam War, a lot of chemicals came from the sky to kill the jungle so our soldiers could see the enemy. But guess who else was down there? Our soldiers. But the body, as I'm about to show you, has an amazing way to deal with these chemicals. Isn't God good? And what I'm about to show you is a little technical, And if you have my books, you can read the chapter on the liver tonight or tomorrow morning, and you can solidify that information in your brain. And remember, repetition is the mother of retention, and repetition deepens the impression that we have a liver that is able to detoxify us. Praise God for that. And what I'm about to take you through and show you has only been known since around early 2000. It's almost as if God put a veil on our eyes until now, because we need it now more than any generation that's ever lived on the planet, because we are exposed to so many more environmental poisons than anybody who's lived on the planet. So we had a Vietnam veteran attend our program. This was about 10 years ago. He was early 60s at the time. He said, "My doctor told me not to lose weight." Why? Let me show you why. You see, everything that comes into our body gets into the blood, whether we breathe it in, whether it comes in through our skin, or whether we ingest it. It goes into the blood, and then the M1 main highway, called the portal vein, takes it straight to the liver, and the liver determines what to do with it. Now, regarding glucose, and we've already looked at this week, regarding glucose, the first place the glucose is sent is to the cell to go through the energy cycles. And then the second place it goes, it's stored as glycogen, and glycogen is a name given to quick-release glucose stores, like a little bunch of grapes inside, especially our muscle cells. And then if we've still got glucose left over, then that glucose is stored as fat. That's where I want to go to now, is the fat. Because on this high carbohydrate diet we looked at when we looked at diabetes, this high carbohydrate diet releasing high glucose, body can't use it all, so it's got to store as fat. So here's our fat cells. Now let's have a look at what happens when environmental poisons come in, whether it be inhaling, whether it be skin, whether it be ingested. First to the liver. The liver looks at it and it says, "I think we can break this down, and I'll show you how it does it." Or the liver might say, "Oh, this one's nasty. Wrap it up in fat and store it." Amazing process. And the body does that to keep us safe. It's sort of locked up in these little packages so it won't kill us. The body goes to great lengths to keep us alive. So why did the doctor tell the Vietnam veteran not to lose weight? Because what's in his fat cells? Nasty, nasty stuff. And he was carrying probably about, I've got a kilo mind and you're a pound mind. So I know that pounds is nearly double kilos. So I'm looking at, he was carrying about 30 kilos excess weight. So maybe that's nearly 60 pound excess weight. And the doctor said, "Don't lose weight." Because in his fat cells were fat soluble toxins. And most toxins are in a fat soluble state. And if he lost weight, why would someone lose weight? Usually because they're not eating as much food as they should or usually eat. Maybe they go on a weight loss diet and eat less, and because they're not eating probably enough for the body to run on, the body starts breaking down some of the fat cells, converts it back to glucose so our body can run. But when those fat cells get broken down, the fat-soluble toxin is once again released. So I want to show you what happens at Misty Mountain Health Retreat. And I know there's a retreat in Colorado, Loveland, called Eden Valley, and I've run many programs there over the years, and they do a very similar program to what we do. So guests come in Sunday, we give them a beautiful lunch so they've got something to dream about for 2 days. because Monday, Tuesday are juicing days. No solid food, just juices. So we say to our guests, you couldn't eat in a day what we put in your juices. So we're giving you a lot of nutrition in your juices. So what happens Monday morning? At 8 o'clock, the first juice comes. And the person, they have the juice. The juices predominantly are 80% carrot. This mix is called the vegetarian's milk because you could just about subsist on this one. 10% apple and 10% celery. In fact, I have met 2 ladies whose babies had extreme allergies, could not take any milk, not even goat's milk, and the naturopath put the baby on this for milk. And those babies did very well. So that's predominantly our juice. We serve them every 2 hours. We serve at 8, 10, 12, 2 and 4. But by 8 o'clock, with just the juice coming, it's actually not enough glucose for a person's body to run on. So some of the fat stores get broken down to give the glucose that the cells need to run. But something else a little bit more sinister is being released, the fat-soluble toxin. Once again, it's in the bloodstream. Once again, it comes to the liver. The liver looks at it and says, not this nasty guy again. Quick, wrap him up in fat and store... Oh, hang on. They're at Misty Mountain Health Retreat. We're receiving some nutrients necessary to break this fat-soluble toxin down to a water-soluble toxin. Because as a water-soluble toxin, it can be easily sweated out, urinated out via the colon. And so because the person's receiving the necessary nutrients, then the liver puts this fat-soluble toxin through the 3 phases of liver detox. Phase 1, the liver takes this fat-soluble toxin and it breaks it down to a metabolite. What's a metabolite? A metabolite simply means the first stage of metabolism or the first stage of breakdown. So this fat-soluble toxin is broken down to a metabolite in phase 1. But this metabolite is highly volatile. This metabolite creates a lot of free radicals, and free radicals damage the tissues. This metabolite is sometimes 100 times more toxic than it originally was. And you might say, well, what's the liver doing? It's just created something worse. Well, it can be likened to what happens if I'm going to clean out the kitchen cupboards. And halfway through cleaning out the kitchen cupboards, Michael might come into the room and said, I thought you were cleaning the kitchen cupboards out. It's 100 times messier than when you started. Michael and I have 4 boys, 4 girls. They had to keep their rooms tidy. And you know how boys clean up rooms? They shove everything under the bed and into the cupboard and shut it quickly and shut the door. And what does Mother do every now and then? She gets in there and she pulls everything out from under the bed and under the cupboard. And you might come in and say, I thought you were cleaning this room up. It's 100 times messier than when you started. It's a process. It's a process. And that's exactly what phase 1 is. It's a process. But the liver has certain needs at this stage. It needs antioxidants. What are antioxidants? Antioxidants are free radical scavengers. You see, free radicals are an electron short. And when an atom is an electron short, it grabs the electron from the next atom, and then that one grabs it from the next one. You get this cascading effect that causes damage. But antioxidants have lots of extra electrons, so when they come in, they can balance out the free radicals. So the most potent antioxidant is beta-carotene. And beta-carotene is found in all your orange and green coloured vegetables. So every juice we serve is either orange or green or red. This one's quite orange, except if they use our homegrown celery, it's a little bit green. Sometimes our juices are based on that. Sometimes we'll do less carrot and we'll put beetroot in, or a bit less carrot and put some cucumber in, or sometimes we'll do less carrot and put a whole lot of greens in. So we variate on the 5 juices in the day. But that's the basics. So these juices are supplying a lot of beta-carotenes. But also, the probably most famous antioxidant is vitamin C. Vitamin C is not ascorbic acid. Vitamin C is ascorbic acid with bioflavonoids. So when you buy ascorbic acid or vitamin C, make sure it's ascorbic acid with bioflavonoids. That's the whole C. That's how it's found in nature. Also, vitamin E. It's a fat-soluble vitamin. Now, the juices that we give our guests, as I just mentioned to you, we serve 5, 8, 10, 12, 2 and 4. And it's about an 8-ounce glass. But on Monday, we add something. On Monday, we don't add it to the juice. We make up about, what would 100 ml be? 100 ml would be 3 or 4 ounce. I'll say 4 ounce, I'm just guessing, so I could be terribly wrong, but it's just a little bit of green barley powder, or it could be spirulina, or it could be wheatgrass powder. I know that Paul's been selling some very nice spirulina powder up there. See, what those powders are, they're very high in chlorophyll, and chlorophyll is a potent blood and tissue cleanser, but it's very high in beta-carotenes. So we give them a small amount of green barley. The powder we put with a little bit of water and a little bit of lemon juice. So 8-ounce juice plus this little one. And then, sorry, no, that was supposed to be 8 a.m. Juices are served at 8, 10, 12. 12, we do another green barley with the 8-ounce juice. 2 and 4, another one at 4. So when this man said, I believe you nutritionally support the liver and the cell to detox, I said, we do. We ensure that you're getting lots of antioxidants in the juices and in these little green barley supplements. And we add a little vitamin C, but because we use mostly organic, you're getting lots of vitamin C. Now, within 36 hours of beginning a detox program, phase 2 kicks in. Phase 2 of the liver detox, the liver takes this highly toxic, highly volatile metabolite and joins it together with amino acids. The union of this toxic metabolite with the amino acid produces the water-soluble state. And as a water-soluble, it can be easily sweated out. So on Monday at 10 o'clock, we serve a protein drink, about 4 ounces, with the juice. And at 2 o'clock, a protein drink. But on Tuesday, because on Tuesday, the persons are now going into phase 2, 8 o'clock in the morning, we serve the juice and a protein drink. The green barley at 10 and 12, another protein drink. Then a green barley at 2, then at 4, a protein drink. What's the protein drink? We have a pea protein powder that we buy. And this pea protein powder, I think the staff mix it with a little organic soy milk, a little bit coconut milk, and there's your vitamin E. So within 36 hours of starting a detox program, within 36 hours of not eating solid food, phase 2 kicks in. And in phase 2, the liver takes this highly volatile, highly toxic metabolite and it joins it together with amino acids. And the union of the amino acids with the toxic metabolite creates the water-soluble state. Phase 3 happens in conjunction with phase 2. And in phase 3, the liver takes this water-soluble toxin and releases it out via your sweat glands. It releases it out via your kidneys, bladder, urine. It releases it out via your colon. What an amazing process. God has given us very effective garbage disposal units to be able to release the waste out. It's one thing to give the liver the right conditions to effectively detoxify us from environmental poisons. But another step is to ensure that these organs of elimination are eliminating very well. And this is why the Vietnam veteran came to our health retreat, because he said, I have heard that you nutritionally support the body, the liver, to effectively detoxify us. Can you see what I said earlier? I believe God almost kept this in the dark until now, because now we are dealing with so many environmental poisons that it is not safe to do a water fast. If you do a water fast, too many toxic metabolites can be released and they can make you very sick. I have met people that have done water fasts and they haven't got that sick. I'd like to suggest they don't have a lot of environmental poison stored up in their body. Maybe they live on a mountaintop and just eat all organic food and they have no polyester in their house. But you know, Jesus is coming soon. And I live on a mountaintop. We grow a lot of our vegetables. I dive in the creek every morning. It's pure water. But you know what? I'd have my head in the sand if I was still there. Because Jesus is coming soon and there are so many people that are sick. And I will be held accountable if I lock myself up on that lovely little property in the mountaintop and do not travel the world telling the people of this wonderful message of freedom. Because that's what God's government is based on, in freedom. And this man, this Vietnam veteran, was so happy because he did start to lose weight and he didn't get sick. Because you know what we did? We gave him a protein drink, every juice, 8, 10, 12, 2, 4, 7:30 at night as well. Why did I do that? Because I knew that he had so many nasty fat-soluble toxins coming out, creating a lot of metabolites, and we needed to mop them up with the amino acids. What we do at our retreat as well, we have a steam sauna every afternoon, so our guests go through the big sweat. We do encourage them to drink a glass of water between every juice so that they're well hydrated, ready for the big sweat. We do encourage them to have that little bit of Celtic or Baja salt before every glass of water, because in the big sweat, yes, they're also sweating out some minerals and we need to replace those. And because of the big sweat, every evening at 6:30, we serve a broth. And this is a lot of vegetables, cooked in a lot of water for about 4 hours and then strained. And then all the minerals from the vegetables go into the water. And in the last hour, we used leather gloves and scissors to pick all the stinging nettle and put the stinging nettle in, because there's a lot of minerals in stinging nettle. The good news is you don't have to eat it. When you boil vegetables, you do not lose your minerals. They go into the water. So that's why our guests have broth at the end of every day to replace the minerals lost in the big sweat. So with the steam sauna, in my next class we'll be talking about water therapies a little bit as we look at how to boost the immune system. They sit in the little hut that we have. We used to have a little hut that had, you could fit 8 little people in, or 6, average size in. But we're getting a lot of guests these days. And so we've built a big one and we can sit about 15 people in there. We usually do the ladies in one and the men in another one. And they sit in the steam sauna and then they go and dive in the mountain pool. Now, if they are unable to walk down the steps to it's a creek, it's a running creek. Our website is MMH, short for mistymountainhealth.com.au. If you go there to our website, you can see aerial views of our retreat and you can see the lovely creek that's running through the property. It's crystal clear water. It's very beautiful. So the guests dive in there. If they can't get down to the creek, we have a shower head, big shower head, so they can have the cool shower. What cold does is it equalises circulation and prevents chilling because you're in the very, very hot steam. But most of our guests choose to dive in the mountain stream, which is very, very nice. And then they come back in and do another big sweat. They should do that 3 times. So the ladies have their steam sauna 4:30 every afternoon, and then the guys have theirs about 5:30 every afternoon. It's a very important part of the detox because, as I said, it's one thing to give the body, the liver, the nutrients necessary to be able to break this fat-soluble toxin down to a water-soluble state, but it's another step is to ensure that the organs of elimination are eliminating effectively so that the waste can be eliminated. And our beautiful mountain stream is running fast, so when the people dive in, all sweaty, all the waste in the sweat gets purified as it tumbles over all the rocks on its way to the sea. We are about an hour and a half from the sea, so eventually it does reach the sea. So that's where they're using the skin to eliminate as much of the waste as possible. Also, we encourage our guests to drink adequate water. So we encourage them when they wake up in the morning to have that little bit of salt and half a glass of water, and then visit the bathroom, another half glass of water, and then they come down to the lodge where we serve an 8-ounce glass of warm water with a little lemon in it, and our guests stand around chatting about that. We wake them at 6, the lemon water served at 6:15, and then 6:30 to 7:30 there's an exercise program. So by the time our guests start their exercise program at 6:30, they've had a quarter of the daily requirements for water. That's why the earlier you start the water, then the more water you can get into your body. Dr. Christopher in America, he said there is a sign to see if you've had too much water. You put your head on the side and the water runs out your ears. In other words, it's almost impossible to drink too much water. The only time someone may drink too much water is to drink too much at once. See, when there's a torrential downpour on the planet, that's when topsoil gets washed away, that's when flooding happens. Well, don't give your body a torrential downpour. What's a torrential downpour? 16 ounces all at once. Gong, gong, gong. You know, it's not long before you're going to have to find a bathroom and 16 ounces is going to come out. It's like or you've got a dry plant and you pour 16 ounces in, you know what happens, 16 ounce runs out the bottom. But if you've got a very dry plant and you just put a tiny bit in, maybe a teaspoon, and then a few minutes later another teaspoon, a few minutes later another, you can just about get that whole 16 ounce into that plant without almost none coming out the bottom. So it's the same with the body. Notice how God sends the rain gently. So little by little, take the water in, then it gets into the cell, then it can be used effectively by the body. We say to our guests, you cannot hydrate your body for the steam bath 10 minutes before the steam bath. No, we encourage our guests to start drinking early in the morning, taking it little by little all through the day. The only part of your body that doesn't like getting hot is your brain. And if you're well hydrated, that brain can handle heat. But we give our guests a little bucket of cold water and a face cloth, and they can just cool their head while they're in the hot steam. Again, being well hydrated will allow the kidneys to be able to get rid of or eliminate also the fat water-soluble toxins. So the only microscopic waste can come out of your sweat glands, out of your urine. The largest pieces of waste comes out via your colon. And our guests have 2 days of no solid food. So they come in Wednesday, where we give them a lovely main meal, because we serve our guests on the eating days, breakfast like a king, lunch like a queen, and then in the evening, every evening, our guests just have broth, whether it be a juicing day or whether it be eating day. So we're doing the time-restricted eating, which is eating twice in a 24-hour period, 6 hours apart. It's interesting, we have some people say, oh, I'm not going to be able to do that. One lady said, I travel with a little bag of food and I eat all day long. Well, she did the juicing days and she went quite well, and I said, well, let's just see how you go. And most of our guests find that they might be getting a little bit hungry and it's just about juice time. And then when they have their juice, they don't have that strong hunger anymore. In fact, often on Wednesday morning, which is where our guests break their fast, often our guests say, I'm not even hungry. Some of our guests say they've got more energy on those juicing days, and that tells me that probably low hydrochloric acid, as we looked at last night, we need to boost that hydrochloric acid. But it does the gastrointestinal tract well to have a fast day sometimes. Some people choose to do 2 days a week. Some people choose to do 2 days every 2 weeks. Some people choose to do 2 days every month. So it's basically what works for you. If I did 2 days a week, if I stood sideways after a couple of months, you wouldn't see me. So it much depends on your weight, your body, what you can handle. That's where it comes to listening. The 3-phase of the liver detox also shows the importance of protein. So the need in phase 2 is protein. And that's why we supply the protein powder. It's a pre-digested protein powder, which means it's been broken down by enzymic action. And so you see, we want a past digestion, and the reason we want to bypass digestion is it takes 1,200 calories to digest a meal. So when you're not digesting a meal, all that energy that usually goes to digesting a meal is actually going around the body looking for something else to do. It can be likened what happened when you're on holiday at home. I don't know about you, but I go to the parts of my house that are bugging me. You know, it's usually the bookshelf, you know. You'll read a book and then you'll get that book out and you're in a hurry, so you just sort of poke them in any old how. Maybe you put them back neatly. But it's usually the bookcase that I tackle. I don't tackle it every day because there's a priority list. I've got to make the bed, wash the clothes, make the meal, do the dishes, sweep the floor. There's your priority ones, but there are other areas that can just wait until you've got a bit of spare time. And that's exactly what the body does when you stop eating. It goes to areas of your body that need attention. And because you're not digesting, it's got all that extra energy that it can do that. And that's why the program's often called a cleanse or a detox. Is starting to take away, because that's the amazing thing about fasting, is the body targets the areas that basically need to be eliminated. And that's why fasting has been used for centuries in the area of eliminating tumours from the body, eliminating even cancers from the body, because that's what the body's going to start to break down first, is those unnecessary or unwanted parts of the body. The body has an intelligence, and that intelligence was put there by God. And the whole universe runs according to law, and the body runs according to law as well. And those basically laws are, we need to be having sunshine, we need to be drinking adequate water, and no, soda won't do it, coffee won't do it, tea won't do it. How clean would your body be if you washed it in tea or coffee or soda or even juice? No, it needs that water. Pure water is the best cleanser, and it's needed in and it's needed out. And you'll see with these organs of elimination that it's water that's used to eliminate the waste in the sweat glands, in the urine, and also in the colon. And when we went on our journey through the gastrointestinal tract last night, we saw that one of the functions of the colon is to take water out so stools are formed. If we're dehydrated, more water gets taken out than should be taken out. Then we're left with rabbit pellets and cement. So water is a very important part of proper colon function. There's one other organ of elimination, and only microscopic come out of this organ, and that's the lungs. Do you know, we find when people are going through the detox, their breath isn't very nice, their body odour isn't very nice, what they're leaving in the toilet's not very nice. I say to our guests, rejoice. Where was it before it came out? My husband, you might have heard him coughing. Do you know, he says, oh, there's coughing because he's on the tail end of a cold. I said, rejoice. What he's coughing up, where was it before he coughed it up? You see, looking at healing from God's perspective, looking at healing as a function of the body that God put there for a reason, you start to appreciate the way the body does cleanse. And that's what Michael's lungs are doing. They're cleansing. I know when I'm walking in the morning, I'll often cough up a lump. Where'd that come from? It came from the most amazing vacuum cleaner system in my body called the lymphatic system. And the lymphatic system sweeps away waste from the tissues, and it's activated when we start moving our body, especially on that little rebounder. And there are nodes under the arms, there's nodes in the neck, and there's nodes in the groin. So it sweeps away waste from the tissues, dumps it into the nodes, and there are lymphocytes in there, which are one of our white blood cells, and they deal with it if it's needed to be dealt with. Then the waste is dumped into the bloodstream, and then the blood sends the waste out via our sweat glands, a few via our lungs, mostly urine, and the largest pieces out our colon. But there is one lymphatic organ that throws waste immediately out, and that is the tonsils. The tonsils are such a remarkable organ. And if the tonsils are swollen, the most ridiculous thing, I think, is to cut them out. What should we be asking? This is outrageous that my why has come on so late in my lecture. Why are they swollen? They're swollen because they're telling you something's wrong. Is it because we're breathing in mold? Is it because the person's breathing in chemicals? Is it because something the person's eating is causing a reaction? Because your tonsils are just the watchman at the gate. And in the old days, we read, and I know in Greg's meeting we've been talking about Nebuchadnezzar who overran Jerusalem. See, there was a big wall around Jerusalem and there were watchmen. And they blew the trumpet when they saw the enemy coming. Let's say someone's trying to sleep and there's watchmen at the gate are being so noisy, so they get the bow and arrow and shoot him. The trumpet's stopped, now we can sleep. And that's the same with the tonsils. It's like shooting the watchman. You take the tonsils out, what's going to tell you there's a problem now? And the person might say, but they were so swollen. I said, well, let's look at how we can get that swelling down. Unfortunately today with medicine, it just treats symptoms. It doesn't investigate the cause. And I know in Australia, with Medicare, which is free medical, the doctor's only allowed to spend 15 minutes with you. I was talking to someone in London a few weeks ago, 7 minutes. How much can they find out in 7 minutes? You tell them the symptoms, you know what they do? If you notice, they're on the computer. They're looking at the computer more than they look at you. Oh, they put the symptoms in. Oh, what comes up? Drugs. But drugs never cure disease. They never cure disease. They just mask the symptoms. You see, what medicine got is they operate, they medicate, and they radiate. Do you know what God's method does? It investigates, it educates, and causes our body to rejuvenate. See, totally different system. Totally different system. So with the organs of elimination, don't be surprised if a few lumps come up via your tonsils. But I know you're on the edge of the seat and I must pursue this before I move on. And I realise my time is just about up. What are the foods? We've looked at these a couple of times. Wheat. Wheat was hybridised in the 50s. It's not the wheat that God made. And in that hybridisation of the wheat, it created a very complex protein or gluten structure. So often the body reacts to it. Dairy. Dairy is probably one of the most mucus-forming foods. Oats. Oats are high in a plant chemical called lectins, which can increase inflammation. Peanuts are commonly contaminated with mould because they are a nut. They are not a nut, they are a ground legume. And it's in storage where the mould arises. And refined sugar is like kerosene to a fire. I have seen many children with swollen tonsils. They've made a decision to stop that food, and often within a few weeks the tonsils go down. Sometimes it takes at least 2 months to see the full result. These are the top allergen foods, whether it be skin problems, whether it be irritable bowel, whether it be sinus, whether it be swollen tonsils. These certainly play a role in increasing allergy-type symptoms and also increasing that excess mucus in that area. The good news is, once you give your body the right conditions, it starts to heal. One lady looked at that and she said, but that's all my son eats. I said, well, have you heard the poem, Choose Your Hard? Marriage is hard, divorce is hard, choose your hard. Saving every cent is hard. Being in debt is hard. Choose your hard. Exercising every day is hard. Being obese is hard. Choose your hard. A little 7-year-old going into an operation where the adenoids and the tonsils are cut out. How does he feel when he wakes up? That's hard. Some say stopping this is hard. I know what I think's hard. Life is hard, but thank God we can choose our hard. It gets back to the free choice that God has given us. Once the tonsils have settled right down, Once the body's working well again, it's quite possible that a little bit of this can be had every now and then. Who'll tell you? Your body will tell you. Your body can tell you not what no man can tell you. That is the good news. And I'm going to end with a beautiful section from the Bible. It's found in Hebrews chapter 10, verse 35. Cast not away, therefore, thy confidence. I love the Old English, the poeticness. Don't cast away your confidence. Cast not away, therefore, thy confidence, in the which is great recompense of reward. For ye have need of patience, in that after you have done the will of God, you might receive the promise. What's the will of God? That we look after our bodies, that we give it the right conditions. For yet a little while, and he that shall come will come and will not tarry. Now the just shall live by faith. Faith in this incredible body that can heal itself. Faith in incredible God that gave us the body, that gave us the simple remedies for healing. So don't cast your confidence away in this incredible body. For yet a little while, and he that shall come will come and will not tarry. Now the just shall live by faith. But if any man draw back, my soul shall have no pleasure in him. But we are not of them that draw back unto perdition, but of them that believe in the saving of the soul. Now I changed that a little bit. But to them that believe in the healing of the body. In other words, do you remember that little bit I said earlier in that section? Ye have need of patience. Once you stop these foods, you've got to be patient. We didn't get sick overnight and we won't get better overnight. It takes time. And it is now time for a break. And we're going to have a concert soon. So thank you.
Turn me up. Okay, everybody, so just a quick announcement. The food will be served at that gray building right there. The allergies are gluten and eggplant, so if you have the allergy, please tell them. The meals over there are for only people who prepaid since it's Sabbath. And like Barbara said, there is a concert that will be happening, so if you would like to join it, just bring your food over here. Thank you.
I know. Hello? Let's see. Don needs a mic, and this one needs to go on.
Okay, check one,
And
check one.
guitar.
Well, good evening, folks. Hey, if you haven't heard us before, we are Don and Donna, and we're going to do about 4 songs for you. I think we have enough time to do that. We just want to say thank you for listening, and we're going to start it out with a song that has been around for a long, long time. It's called Unclouded Day. See?
Oh, they tell me of a home far beyond the sky. Far away. Oh, they tell me of a home where no storm clouds rise. Oh, they tell me of an unclouded day.
Oh, the land of cloudless day. Oh, the land of an unclouded sky.
Oh, they tell me of a home where no storm clouds rise.
Oh, they tell me of an unclouded day. Oh, they tell me of a king and his beauty there, and they tell me that my eyes shall behold, where he sits upon a throne that is whiter than snow, in a city that is made of gold. Oh, the land of cloudless day, oh, the land of an unclouded sky. Oh, they tell me of a home where no storm clouds rise. Oh, they tell me of an unclouded day. Oh, the land of cloudless day. Oh, the land of an unclouded sky. Oh, they tell me of a home where no storm clouds rise. Oh, they tell me of an unclouded day. Oh, they tell me of an unclouded day. Thank you, thank you. Donna and I live in West Tennessee, but before that, we lived outside of a little town called Fair Grove. Now, Fair Grove is about 15 miles north of Springfield, Missouri. And at that time, the Lord had blessed us with about 6 acres of land, and I would say probably 90% of the land with trees. So we had a lot of wildlife there. We had the turkey and the deer, the rabbits, the squirrels, and we had a lot of birds. And we moved there. Donna said, I'd like to have a bird feeder right outside of our living room window. So we went out shopping for a bird feeder. Now we got one of those squirrel-proof bird feeders. Don't you believe it? Those squirrels can get into just about anything they want to. But that's not the story. We got one of those feeders. We hung it outside. We filled it up full of bird seed. And sure enough, the birds started coming in. We had the cardinals, the finches, the red-headed woodpeckers to come in. The little chickadees will fly in there. Then the doves will come in and pick up the seeds that fall on the ground. So we had a good variety of birds that would come in. And they'd come flying in about 7:30 in the morning to get their breakfast. They would fly in there, grab their food, and fly off. And one morning I was sitting there and watching them, and they were flying in and flying out, and this little chickadee flew in there, landed, but it didn't fly away. And every once in a while it'd flap its wings and jump a little bit, but it still wouldn't fly. So I went right up to the window. Now the bird feeder is about 4 feet from the window. I went up to the window. I watched that bird for a while. He'd flap its wings, he'd jump, but he still wouldn't fly. So I got my shoes on and I walked out on the deck, went right up to that bird feeder, and here that little chickadee had got its head stuck right between the two bars where the seeds come out. He could have flapped all day, folks. He wasn't going anywhere. So I grabbed a hold of him with my right hand, and with my left hand, I opened up the back of that bird feeder, and I wiggled his little head out between those two bars. I made sure he was okay, and when I opened up my hand, he flew and landed about 3 feet from me on the railing, and he turned around and looked at me. No, he didn't talk to me. But if he could have, he probably would have said thank you. Thank you for getting me out of the situation that I got myself into. You know, kindness works on everything. Everybody needs to try a little kindness. If you see your brother standing by the road with a heavy load from the seeds he sowed, if you see your sister falling by the way, just stop and say, you're going the wrong way. You got to try a little kindness, show a little kindness, shine your light for everyone to see. And if you try a little kindness, then you overlook the blindness of the narrow-minded people on the narrow-minded street. You got to try a little kindness, show a little kindness, shine your light for everyone to see. And if you try a little kindness, then you overlook the blindness of the narrow-minded people on the narrow-minded street. Don't walk around the down and out. Lend a helping hand instead of a down. And the kindness that you show every day will help someone along life's way. You got to try a little kindness, show a little kindness, shine your light for everyone to see. And if you try a little kindness, then you overlook the blindness of the narrow-minded people on the narrow-minded street. Thank you. It's probably been about 20 years ago. Donna and I for the first time, had the opportunity to go out to California. Now, the folks out in California really didn't know if they wanted this style of music in their church. But they went ahead and let us come in, and we did a song for them called When We All Get to Heaven, and it went something like this. They were all smiling and said, y'all come back now. We had a good time with the folks in California. So, so how many of you folks would like to know what these instruments are right here? Thank you, because I wouldn't know what to say if you said no, so I'm glad you do. I tell you what we're going to do. We're going to raise up the ones we can, because we know that you know what some of these are. And when we raise them up, you holler out really loud what they are, okay? How about this one right here? Mountain dulcimer, very good. It's also called the lap dulcimer. And the difference between the mountain dulcimer and the lap dulcimer is when you're in the mountains, it's a mountain dulcimer, very good. And when you're on the flatlands, it's a lap dulcimer. That's the only difference between the two. Tonight, it's a mountain dulcimer. How about this one right here? A mandolin? Yes, that is a mandolin. It's a custom-made mandolin. Donna's brother is building mandolins, and he built that for us, and we're glad he did because we enjoy playing it. This one here, now this one's in the Bible, and it starts with a P. A bowed psaltery, very good. That is called a bowed psaltery, just like they talk about it in the book of Psalms. They talk about a psaltery, a harp, and some of the other instruments that King David played. That's a psaltery. Everywhere we go, we always tell everybody, that's the psaltery that David played. We're talking about our son David is who we're talking about. How about this one here? Now this one starts with a Z. A zither, yeah, very good. That's called a zither. They started making the zithers back in the late 1800s. And all you do on a zither is you pluck the notes. Early 1900s, they came out with an auto harp. And some of you know what an auto harp is. And actually, the auto harp took the place of the zither because they made it a lot more easier for folks to play. On the auto harp, you push the notes down, you strum the strings. On the zither, you got to pluck each note out. How about the one right up in front she was hammering on? Hammer dulcimer, very good. Well, we're going to go ahead and do, I think, one more song for you. Before that, we do that, though, I'd like to mention, if you like this style of music, tonight we're going to have our booth open over there. We'll have our CDs, DVDs, and our book, and we'll also have some instruments if you're interested in looking at any of those. Thank you, folks, for listening.
A lot of times as we travel each weekend, folks like to know what we do for a living. Normally we just do this on the weekends. About 48 or 49 weekends out of the year, we go to different parts of the country. Like Don mentioned, we live over in West Tennessee, so this isn't too far from home, only one state away. Well, Don works with wood. He builds cabinets and furniture and things like that. And for over 20 years, he's been building these musical instruments full time. And we have some of these here if you'd like to take one home and learn how to play it. My part is to help put the strings on. And I'm a nurse. Actually, I retired from being a nurse practitioner about 4 years ago, so now we don't have to go back home to work every week. In my time as a nurse, I have seen lots of heartache things. And it has been estimated that over 90% of what people come into clinics for is not physical. It's something in their heart that's wrong. It could be a loss, it could be sadness, all kinds of those sorts of things. And as I talk to folks and spend time with them, the thought comes to mind often, how much is one soul worth? The only way to estimate the worth of one's soul is to look at the price that Jesus was willing to pay for one. He would have left heaven and come to this little dark earth if only one of us needed his saving grace. And he puts us on this earth to reach out to others and show them the love of Jesus. Sometimes that just takes some listening. Well, we heard a song about the worth of a soul, and the author of this song compared it to an old violin that came up for auction. And to the people at the auction, it looked worthless until the master violinist came forward and tuned up the strings and played a beautiful melody with the old instrument. And it made all the difference because of the touch of the master's hand. Well, we are from West Tennessee, and West Tennessee is a lot like here in North Carolina. We don't have very many violins around here, but we do have a lot of fiddles. Problem is the word fiddle doesn't fit, so we thought about it, and the word mandolin fits perfectly. So we're going to sing about the worth of a soul in the old mandolin. Well, it was battered and scarred, and the auctioneer felt it was hardly worth his while to waste much time on the old mandolin, but he held it up with a smile. It sure ain't much, but it's all we got left. I guess we ought to sell it too. Now who's got a bid on this old mandolin? Just one more and we'll be through. And he cried, one, give me $1, who'll make it two? Only $2, he'll make it three. $3 twice, well, that's a good price. But who's got a bid for me? Raise up your hand and don't wait any longer. The auction's about to end. Who's got for just $1 more to bid on this old mandolin? Well, the air was hot and the people stood around and the sun was setting there. From the back of the crowd, a gray-haired man came forward, pulled up a chair. He wiped the dust from the old mandolin and he tightened up the strings. And he played out a melody pure and sweet as the angels sing. And the music stopped, and the auctioneer, with a voice that was quiet and deep, he said, "What am I bid for this old mandolin?" He held it up for all to see. And he cried out, "One, give me 1,000, who'll make it two? Only 2,000, who'll make it three? 3,000 twice, that's a good price, but who's got a bid for me?" The people cried out, "What made the change? We don't understand." And the auctioneer stopped and he said with a smile, "It was a touch of the master's hand." Now you know many a man with a life out of tune is battered and scarred with sin. And he's auctioned cheap to a thankless world, much like the old mandolin. And the master comes, and the foolish crowd, they never understand the worth of a soul and the change that's wrought by the touch of the master's hand. And he cried out, "One, give me 1,000, who'll make it two? Only 2,000, who'll make it three? 3,000 twice, well, that's a good price, but who's got a bid for me?" The people cried out, "What made the change? We don't understand." And the auctioneer stopped and he said with a smile, "It was a touch of the master's hand." It was a touch of the master's hand.
Thank you so much, Don and Donna. We are Matt and Josie Minikis. For those of you who've been here throughout the week, you've heard us plenty. If this is your first time being here tonight, we're from Michigan and we travel and sing all over the world. That's what we do full time. We've got a little girl, she's 8 years old, and she travels everywhere with us. She homeschools, she's with us all the time, which we love. You'll get to see her in a little bit. Anyway, we're going to introduce a couple instruments to you as well. This thing that Josie has, how many of you have seen one of these? It's called a Shruti box. It comes from India. And I'm going to be playing this thing. This is called an Irish low whistle. If you're not familiar by looking at it or name, when you hear it, you'll be like, "Ah, Titanic," or something like that. But that's an Irish low whistle. We're going to take a Indian Shruti box, an Irish low whistle, and do a Scottish version of an old hymn once I get my guitar in the right key. Okay. how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see. Sing with us. When we've been there 10,000 years, bright shining as the sun. We've lawless days to sing God's praise. Then when we first begun. Thank you for singing. I'll make a quick note while Josie's getting ready for the next song. This QR code I had put up here, my good friend Tristan put it up there for me. He's so kind, and I realized I gave him the wrong thing. So if you're interested, I'll just make a side note. If you guys are interested in us coming through sometime to one of your churches and sharing music, just come see us. We're going to be in the double wide little white tent back there tonight. You don't have to make any commitments to it. It's just more about giving us your contact information so we can get a hold of you next time we come through, because we're thinking this next fall we'll come through again through the Carolinas and Virginia and this area. So feel free to connect with us, because we'd love to come and share.
So this next song is a special one for me. It's one I definitely need to sing. I have struggled with anxiety as an adult, and I get stressed out easy. I'm a bit of a type A personality and like to be in control of things, and then life usually does not go how I plan. And so I have really struggled. And when the song came about, it was during a time in life where I was very, very busy. I had deadlines that I hadn't been able to meet, and so my anxiety levels were increasing every day. And along with my anxiety levels, my grumpy levels were increasing. And I was becoming...
That is a true statement, too.
It is true. I was really making home life rough for myself and my husband. So anyway, as I was frantically trying to accomplish one day, God just put this thought in my mind. He just whispered this to my mind. Josie, I have all the time in the world. What is your problem? And I realized that I needed to stop trying to just frantically accomplish, and I needed to surrender my plans. Because we do not accomplish more by being more controlling. I have found that I accomplish more by surrendering and laying down my plans and inviting God to orchestrate life instead of me being in charge. And when I do that, I'm on a journey of learning this. When I do this, my home life is so much more pleasant and peaceful, and I get to see how God works out things in special ways that I wouldn't have if I had been in control. So this song is for those of you that are maybe a little bit stressed out and anxious, a little bit type A, a little bit struggling with being in control. I hope it sticks in your mind and just encourages you just to invite God to direct your plans. Yes, Matt says it is not for procrastinators. That's true. Can you hear my ukulele out there? Okay. I see you stress and fret. Have you gotten ulcer yet? Worries eating you inside out. Deadlines and not a moment left. Always in a hurry. What's your worry? Wanna make you worry? I've got all the time in the world. So why don't you let go of what you can't control? Let me take it from you. Love wants to worry, why not make hurry? I've got all the time in the world. Quick prayer on the run, always so much to be done. It's a constant crazy frenzy. But if time's of the essence and you need my presence, so may I ask you a question? What's your worry? Why the hurry? I've got all the time in the world. So why don't you let go of what you can't control? Let me take it for you. Love, what's your worry? Why the hurry? I've got all the time in the world. You've got minutes, well, I've got days. You've got seconds, well, I've got ways. You're out of options, well, I still got thousands. So tell me what's your problem? Oh, what's your worry? What a big hurry. I've got all the time in the world. So why don't you let go of what you can't control? Let me take it for you. Love, what's your worry? Why the big hurry? I've got all the time in the world.
This week we've heard so much about freedom, haven't we? Freedom to be healthy. Freedom from the bondage of things we didn't know we could become free of. Freedom to follow Jesus only. For me, as a kid growing up, I was raised in a Christian home and got into stuff as I hit my teen years, pornography and a bunch of that kind of stuff. And it's the very thing that drove me to seek if God was real, was in search of freedom. Because my addictions were tight. They were strangling me and I couldn't get free, no matter how many times I tried. And when I found the Lord at 19 years old, He didn't just give me the forgiveness that I knew I needed, but He gave me the freedom from the inside out, not just trying to act like I'm free, but from the inside out. And it's a beautiful thing. So if your life isn't all that you wish that it was, if you've got skeletons in your closet, things that you wish you could be free of, things that you're ashamed of, it's Jesus is the solution.
Yes.
He is the author and finisher of your life. He's the one that sets you free. He's the one that breaks those chains that you can't break yourself. I encourage you to, as was quoted earlier, to come to Him to find rest. He says, come unto me all the labor and heavy laden, and I will give you rest. He wasn't talking about an app. He was talking about that rest for your soul. We want it to be trusty and true, but feathers fell from our wings, and we want it to be worthy of you, but weather rained on our dreams, and we can't take back what is done, what is past. So fellas, lay down your fears, 'cause we can't take back what is done, what is past. So let us start from here. 'Cause we never wanted
lusty or lewd, nor tethered to prudish strings. And we never wanted to be jealously tuned, nor withered into ugly things. But we can't take back what is done, what is past. So fellas, lay down your spears, 'cause we can't take back what is done, what is past. So let us start from And if all that you are is not all you desire, then come alone, come with fear, come with love, come however you are, just come alone, come with friends, come with foes, come however you are, just come alone, come so carefully close, come however you are, just come along, come with sorrows and songs, come however you are, just come along, come let yourself be wrong, come however you are, just come.
So Matt and I have been married for 17 years, and they've been, thank you.
You must know me if you applaud.
No. You know, but there was a time when we were not in love. And it wasn't too long ago, actually. It was the end of 2019. We were getting ready for a 6-month tour here in the States and overseas, and I remember looking through some unfinished lyrics and finding this love song that I'd started for him several years earlier and hadn't had time to finish. And we were at a very different spot at that point in time. And I thought, well, I'm not finishing that song. He doesn't deserve a love song. Well, the truth was, he didn't. We were in a very difficult spot in our marriage. We had been running too hard, serving everyone else and not caring for the marriage relationship. But hey, we didn't have time to have problems, so we headed off on the road, and we were getting up night after night looking like the model couple, looking like we had it all together, and the truth was we were falling apart behind the scenes. We were arguing. I had so much resentment in my heart. I literally came to the place where my heart had withered up so badly that I just thought I will never be able to love this person again. But, to keep up appearances, we were in this at this point in time. I was too embarrassed to throw in the towel. And then the pandemic arrived on the scene. And everything shut down, and we had the thing that we never had before, which was time. We had a lot of time on our hands. Our tour was canceled, and all of a sudden, having all this time, we decided to use it by fighting a lot more. And it was such a mess. It was honestly just so dysfunctional. But it was at that point in time that I told him, either we're getting help or we're not making it. And so we had made a commitment to do counseling together. If one of us ever said that we needed it, we would go, even if the other person didn't agree. But we both knew we needed help. And so we reached out actually to Pastor Kelly. He had done our pre-marriage counseling, and we reached out to him, and he opened up his schedule. We went and sat in his office on opposite sides of the couch and began the process of peeling back layers of hurt and resentment and dysfunction. And I remember thinking there's going to be nothing left of us. But the beautiful thing is that when we invite God into our brokenness, into all of our dysfunction, and if there's 2 people who want it, we know that it takes 2. But if there's 2 people who want it, God says that nothing is impossible with him.
That's right.
Literally nothing. And God began the work of restoring through Pastor Kelly's ministry, through our willingness to open up. He began the work of restoring our marriage and our love. And we stand here today as a couple growing in love and just so grateful for what God has done. We are not a perfect couple. We still have disagreements, but boy, we fight a lot better now. Believe me, we do. Because we can actually come to the end of a disagreement and have resolution instead of more resentment. And so that is because God is working in our broken, dysfunctional hearts and bringing us together. And so this song, this love song, when we got we were living in Oregon at the time. When we got back to Oregon, I told Matt, we still had no concert tour scheduled, and I said, hey, I'd like to finish this love song because I actually like you now. And so we would like to share that song with you tonight and just encourage you. If you're in a valley, there are going to be valleys in relationships. There's going to be valleys in your marriages. They are under attack, and Satan does not love marriage. He hates it because it can be an expression of God's heart of love. And so if you're in a valley, hang in there. Get some help from somebody who will hold you accountable and who loves Jesus, because Jesus is truly the source of all healing and help. So here's the song. You walk some dark, dark roads, carry some heavy loads, knowing sorrow and pain. Time for the clouds to go, time for your heart to know. Colors other than gray, it's time to leave the rain. And I'll be your blue sky, I'll be your sunshine. Walk upon your back, makes you wanna sing and dance. And I'll be the songbird in the tree, sing until your heart feels light and free. Singing happy songs, what you mean to me. Oh, oh, singing happy songs, what you mean to me. I know that when you cannot see, it's hard to believe. The sun's just above the clouds, but it's time for your heart to fly out of to the light. Time to say goodbye, leave this dark place behind. And I'll be your blue sky, I'll be your sunshine. Warmth upon your back makes you wanna sing and dance. And I'll be the songbird in the tree, sing until your heart feels light and free. Singing happy songs, what you mean to me. Oh, oh, singing happy songs, what you mean to me. Oh, it's time to laugh again. Let the joy begin. It's gonna be alright. So hold on tight. We're headed for the light. And I'll be your blue sky. I'll be your sunshine. Warmth upon your back makes you wanna sing and dance. And I'll be the songbird in the tree, sing until your heart feels light and free. Singing happy songs, what you mean to me. Oh, oh, singing happy songs, what you mean to me. Oh, oh, singing happy songs are what you mean to me.
So I'm going to sing a song I sang at the beginning of the week. Ron Kelly's been referencing this song, and so several of you have asked for it. And this is for all of you that wants to be reminded of God's delight in doing you good. Do you see that when you hear these things about how God made your body? How he desires you to thrive? Have you thought that when you've listened to these things from Scripture, realizing that, like, man, this is a God that really is intimately wanting to know us. And he wants us to not be deceived, wants us to be close to him. In Jeremiah 32, verse 40 and 41, it says, I will make with them an everlasting covenant, that I will not turn away from doing good to them. I will rejoice in doing them good. That is God's heart towards you. That is God's heart toward me.
Early morning, world of wonder, color coolest, feather blue, golden aster, sweet gardenia, rising sun, it's setting moon. If they somehow learned our language, might they tell us if they could? Celebrate this day before you. God delights to do you good. Do you good. Sight and scent and sound and silence, times that take our breath away. Point us to a distant country, point us to the endless day. Even in our darkest hours, beauty speaks of something good. Simple is the manifesto. God delights to do you good. Look and listen very closely. Nature rightly understood tells us clearly, God delights to do you good. Do us good, good, good.
Wow, that sun is bright. Wow. Eliza, will you come up and join us, sweetie? This is our little girl, Eliza. We mentioned she's 8 years old and she travels with us. And the song that we're going to share with you next, I think the lyrics will be up on the screen. The song is one that we have been singing to her since she was 1 month along in the womb. I wonder if setting down might help. Yes, I think we'll do that, sweetie. So it was just a simple little song that God had gifted me with, and we were singing to everyone else. We traveled for 10 months. No, not 10 months. Not 10 months. I think 7 months of the pregnancy. We were on the road. You can turn your face towards me, sweetie. And yeah, we would sing over, Matt would sing to my belly. And as she grew in the womb, she would start to responding to Daddy's voice. Just turn your face away, sweetie. And it was just a really special thing to sing to her every night. And when she was born, I went through a very, very difficult labor and delivery, but when she was finally laid on my chest 43 hours later, she was just this beautiful little girl, and Matt and I began singing this song over her. And she was crying at the time, and I remember she stopped crying, and she wobbled her little face, and she turned towards us, and she just laid there staring into our faces. And then Matt and I just started crying and crying and crying, and we had to do several takes of the song because we messed it up so much with all of our tears. But it was such a beautiful moment of just her recognizing our voice and knowing that she was ours and that we were hers. And so we want to share it tonight with you. It's just a simple little song about God's faithfulness and his goodness, and that he's a father that loves us. And it's easy in our world to be overcome with fear and anxiety, to forget God's faithfulness, and that he is intimately aware of each one of us, and he loves us as individual sons and daughters. But we want to instill this in our little girl, and we also want to believe it ourselves. And so we still sing it every night together as a family, don't we, sweetie? Yeah, and so we're just going to share it with you. We'll sing it through once, and then if you will join us on the second time, if you pick it up, we would love that.
Trust thou in God. Do not be afraid. He who holds the worlds knows each of us by name. So lay your troubles down. Don't be of anxious mind. Your Father knows all that you need, and he is good and kind.
Join us.
Trust thou in God. Do not be afraid. He who holds the worlds knows each of us by name. So lay your troubles down. Don't be of anxious mind. Your Father knows all that you need, and he is good and kind. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting.
Okay, I want to make a couple of announcements. As everybody starts making their way back over here, we're going to start the final meeting here in just a minute. I can't believe the final meeting is already here. The week has gone by fast. Has everybody enjoyed it? All right, I know I have. A couple of things I wanted to say a big thank you to the Denton Farm Park for allowing this event to happen here. You know, yes. That's been a real blessing. And they do a lot of events throughout the year. I encourage everyone to go to their website and look at the different events that they have. They have one coming up here in just a minute, coming up here starting in a few weeks or a month or so. The Country Christmas Train is one of my favorites. My family and I have come to it. I think we've come every year. And very great family-oriented events here, so check out what they have. I also want to say a thank you to R&R Automotive in Denton for supplying the speakers so that we could have sound in here. So big thank you to them. All right, I think that's about all of our announcements for this evening. I'm going to turn it over to Matt and Josie. We're going to hear one more song from them, and what a blessing they have been.
It's been a blessing to be here. Wow, I feel nourished. It's just been a tremendous blessing. We're going to share a song called Home, and it's about what it's going to be like in an earth made new. I believe Jesus is coming again soon, and he has good plans for those who love him. The Bible tells us in Revelation 21 that there is going to be a time coming very soon where he is going to wipe away our tears, and there will be no more pain nor death anymore, and everything's going to be made new. And I look forward to that day. So that's what this song is about. Imagine waking up in the morning, not a care on your heart, there's not a care in the world. The sun's streaming in, the birds are singing, all's well in the world. And no, you're not dreaming, you step outside into radiant light, into beautiful colors that shimmer with life. You belong, love has drawn you here. Home at last. Sorrows past, they're an old thing. Gone are those years. Gone the tears, they are banished. Love has brought you home, home at last. The cool of the river sends a shiver of life up through you. You're glad you're alive. The fruit in your hand is fragrant and lovely. Air in your lungs, sweet as honey. The lion at your side is gentle and friendly. You lean on his neck, so happy you're giddy. You belong, love has drawn you here. Home at last. Sorrows past, they're an old thing. Gone are those years. Gone the tears, they are banished. Love has brought you home, home at last.
he calls your name. You bound through the flowers, look up in his eyes. There's no sense of shame, cause there's nothing to hide. You can't help laughing, and neither can he. It rolls out of his chest like an anthem of peace. You belong, love has drawn you here. Home at last. Sorrows past, they're an old thing. Gone are those years. Gone the tears, they all vanished. Love has brought you home, home at last. At his voice, his children come from every nation, tribe, and tongue. With songs of praise, what voice we raise. Love has brought us home. No more drawing lots, no more taking sides, no more racial divides, no more boundaries, no more enemies, we're family. Home at last. Sorrows past, they're an old thing. Gone all those years. Gone the tears, they're vanished. Love has brought us home. Home at last. Home at last. Home.
After Barbara gives this lecture, we're going to have a 30-minute question and answer period with all the speakers that have been here for the week. So please, we didn't have you write on cards this year like we did last, so we're just going to do an open mic. So just put your hand up if you have a question. We won't be able to get to everybody, but we'll do our best to kind of randomize around. Not now. So we'll have a few roving mics, and I'll just pick random people through the crowd, and we'll try. We got some early birds get the worm, they say. So we'll do that after, and then also there's going to be some sale of books. If anybody wants some more bread, I will have that also available after the question and answer period, if you want to stay that late. So thank you again, and won't delay. Here's Barbara.
I've got sons and daughters all over the world, you know, and that's one of my other sons. So tonight I'm going to be talking about something light and something easy, which I think is the nicest thing to do at the end of the day, and that's natural remedies. So because there's lots to cover, I'm going to shoot straight into it. Of course, laying the foundation that the body can heal itself and it just needs the right conditions. We've been looking at the Sustain Me principles, which are the true remedies, but I'm very thankful to God that there are herbs and there are poultices that you can use with vegetable matter, and there's also simple water treatments. Did you know that nurses used to learn water treatments? It was about 15 years ago. I was in Singapore and I met a lady who was 85, and she had trained as a nurse in the hospital, the Seventh-day Adventist hospital called the SAN in Sydney, and she said, we were trained in water therapy. And I have the textbook. It's Abbott's Hydrotherapy for Nurses. Isn't that incredible? It was water treatments. Do you know there was a huge health retreat in Battle Creek, Michigan, in probably, it was about the mid-late 1800s. It was called Battle Creek Sanitarium, 1,000 beds. And the health director, or the medical director, was Dr. Kellogg. And Dr. Kellogg, he mostly did natural treatments. So he was a medical doctor. And I read an autobiography of a Dr. Brown, a Scottish doctor, who worked with Dr. Kellogg. And she said he was an excellent surgeon, but he rarely used surgery. He would do everything possible other than surgery. And I thought of an interesting point. And that's nice to know that there's so much you can do. So it's like if someone has fibroids, they may be told you need surgery. Well, the only time I think surgery is necessary if the fibroid's so big it's blocking off the colon. You block off the colon, you're not going to live very long. But I've known many ladies to have conquered fibroids by balancing the hormones with the yam cream and applying the castor oil compresses. So I think this is a good natural remedy to begin with, is castor oil. Castor oil penetrates deeper than any other oil. And wherever castor oil penetrates, it can break up lumps, bumps, congestion, adhesion. It'll break up a bone spur. So if it can break up a bone spur, it certainly can break up a tumour, and it can break up a fibroid. So if a lady has endometriosis, which are those little endometrial pockets, or if she has polycystic ovarian syndrome, or if she has cysts on the ovaries, or problems in the cervix, or fibroids in the uterus, she can apply the castor oil compress. You see, the castor oil as a compress can be used again and again and again and again and again and again. And when my arm, which I mentioned earlier, totally broke, when it got out of the plaster, I couldn't bend my fingers. Now, when I had the plaster on, I used to do this, but I could not get my hand, I couldn't get my fingers down like that. I had underestimated the damage to the muscles, the ligaments, and the tendons. Sometimes it's easier to heal a bone than those ligaments, muscles, and tendons. So I wore castor oil every single night. I made up a compress and I wore it every single night. And the beauty of it is, in the morning you just fold it over and put it in the drawer. Next night, open it up, bandage it on. And I did that every single night for, I think it was 5 months, and now I've got full use of my hand. The key is consistency. So how do you make this compress? Well, you need to have a backing of plastic. So my compress for my hand, I'll do about the size that it was. And then I've got the pack in there. So what would the pack be? If it's toweling, you might only have one layer, but if it's just thin muslin or cotton sheeting, you might have about, I think I had about 8 layers. So looking at it from side on, there's the plastic, and then you might have several layers. You see, the thicker the compress, the more castor oil it will absorb. And the more castor oil that's in that pack, the more castor oil can penetrate into your body. And when you put the castor oil on it, it'll sit up like a bubble because castor oil is so thick. You make your pack, plastic down, then several layers, and then you just sit it on the bench for about 15 minutes. That's how long it takes to soak through. And when you put the castor oil on, you put about this much on. That's all, because you know that when it soaks through, it's going to take up more room. And then when you apply it to your hot body, it thins the oil, and then the oil spreads out even more. But if you cover the whole compress with oil and it goes on your warm body and the oil thins, it can start to drip, and you don't want that dripping. In fact, I was talking to one lady in Scotland last year, and she said, "Don't tell me about that castor oil. I'm not going to, no. And I said, "What happened?" She said, "It went everywhere. It went through my pajamas, went through the bed. I had to throw the sheets out. Forget the castor oil." I said, "Aha, you use too much." So that's why I stress, I only put probably, what would that be, maybe about, cover nearly a half of it, and you've got to give it room to spread out. Now, about once a week, you might put another, because that was about the size I had on my hand, about every week I might put another teaspoon or half teaspoon on. You get to know when you take it off and it's dry, you know that you need a little bit more oil. There's a bit of common sense there. But I probably wore it every night for 5 months, and I think once I changed it. Now, if it was going to be on my torso and I'm perspiring a lot, maybe the compress might get a little soiled, you might change it, so I leave it up to you. You can Google castor oil compresses and you can buy some, and I think they're like wraps with Velcro strips, so I'll leave it up to you. But I always like to make the compresses or poultices out of natural fibre. So I raised 8 children, and they go through the sheets, and the sheets get thin, and that's why I say when the 15-year-old boy puts his foot through the sheet, that's the perfect sheet for poultices. Start tearing them up, because by then they're nice and soft. So that's the castor oil compress. It can be put on a breast lump. That might be a calcified lump, it might be a tumour, it might be cancer. It can be put on tumours anywhere in the body. Again, it can be used to break up a bone spur. If the bone spur's been there 3 years, it might take 3 months. If the bone spur's been there 3 months, it might take 3 weeks. So it all depends on how long it has been there. You can put castor oil in the eye. One lady said, "But is that safe?" Don't start me on safe. For glaucoma, do you know what they advise you do for glaucoma? Put a needle in your eye. Is that safe? I'd like to suggest it is not. I don't want a needle going in my eye. Do you know, it is your right to say no, thank you very much. Let me give you Michael's story. He went to the doctor, had his eyes tested. The doctor said, "Oh, there's pressure in your eyes. You need to see a specialist." And Michael said, "No." And he started to walk out, and he said, "Excuse me, sir, you need to see a specialist." Michael said, "No." Michael's at the door now, and the guy's following and said, "Sir, do you want to go blind?" And Michael looked back and said, "No." And he walked out. It's now 3 years later, and he's not blind. That's what you've got to remember. Sometimes they get it wrong. And how many people go to the specialist? How many people have the needle in the eye because of fear? 2 Timothy 1 verse 7, God says, "I've not given you the spirit of fear, but of power." What's power? Is knowledge power? But of power, love, and a sound mind. What a sound mind is, it weighs up the pros and cons. And remember, it's your God-given right to choose what you're going to do. Here's another one, pap smears. You might say, Barbara, how often do you have a pap smear? I have never had one and I'm not going to have one. Okay? So many tests are invasive. I have one sexual partner and that is my husband. I give my body the right conditions. My hormones are balanced because I was on the yam cream a few years ago. So I'm giving my body the right conditions. And how many ladies have a pap smear and they say, oh, we've picked up abnormal cells or HPV virus? You've heard that? You need to have a biopsy. Do you know what? One young woman I know well, she's 40, she went to the doctor to have the biopsy. In the surgery, the lady has to lie down, she's opened up, and they just take a hunk out of the cervix. She screamed, it is so painful. And they just look at her as if, what are you going on about? And the nurse dropped the specimen. And they said, we're going to have to do it again. Do you know, at that point, women, you say, no, keep away from my body. It's your God-given right. It's your God-given right. Even if it was the president or the prime minister or the king or the queen, no. Do you know, in God's eyes, there's no respecter of person. By the end of the procedure, she was sobbing. They got back to her and they said, we're still unsure, we need to do a cone biopsy. So here's the size of the cervix. Do you know what a cone biopsy? It takes that much of the cervix. Cuts it out. Don't let anyone do that. But if you've got HPV virus, doesn't that lead to cervical cancer? Only in stage 4 HPV virus, 12% may be. Did you hear that? It's not true, and yet how many women do it because of fear? If you're found to have HPV virus, guess what? Your body will heal from it because you've got an immune system that can deal with it. But what one lady told me, she had a biopsy when she was 20, and now she's 38, and they did a scan and they found that her cervix had built up scar tissue from that biopsy. And she heard about rubbing castor oil in the belly button. How easy is that one? Castor oil in the belly button. After 3 months of doing that every night, she went back and had another scan, and they said, this is really strange. The cervix looks like a young teenager's cervix. The scar tissue had dispersed away. Just in the belly button. How's that? And one lady told me recently, she's been just rubbing it in her belly button, and she said her constipation has eased. Do you know there's no wonder cure? The only wonder cure is this incredible body when you give it the right conditions. But what herbs can do, they can work with the body. And so what about if there is pressure in the eye? You can put castor oil in the eye, or you can wipe castor oil over the eye, whatever. Just remember, it penetrates very deep. It'll break up cataracts. I've had a few people testify to me that their cataracts are easing by putting the castor oil on the eye, in the eye, whatever's easier. I don't suggest taking castor oil by mouth. It can have an irritating effect on the gastrointestinal tract. But castor oil compresses can be put on the abdomen for constipation. They can be put on the abdomen for irritable bowel. They can certainly be put on the abdomen for fibroids, what I mentioned earlier. It can be put on the liver. It can help to break up gallstones. And it can be put around the back for kidney stones. In my book, Sustain Me, I also include other herbs that can help to break down and disperse kidney stones. That's the good news. Also in my book, in both my books, I've got a chapter on the liver, and I've got simple liver cleansers. There's no need to have your gallbladder cut out, because if you give the gallbladder the right conditions, it can even help to break down and disperse the stones. That's the good news. In my book, I have a chapter on poultices, and I'd like to go back to the story I started in the last lecture about my grandson, Sonny, at the age of 3, who trod on a rusty nail. And when they brought to him, he was covered in dirt. So the first thing you do is you give him a bath. You know what that does? That calms him down. So I gave him a bath, and then I looked at the wound. It was just a little bloody. And I grated up a potato. So I got a cloth for the little 3-year-old foot, is about this big. And I grated potato. For a 3-year-old foot, I'd probably grate up about a heaped teaspoon of potato. And then what I do is I fold the sides over, left, right, top and bottom. And so now I have a package about this big, which is about a good size for the 3-year-old foot. And behind, of course, there are several layers of cloth because of the wrapping over. And then I have a piece of plastic underneath. Now the area where there's only one layer of cloth and then the potato, that's what you put on the foot. So I put it on his foot, I bandaged it, put a sock on and put his little Crocs on, and he happily went off. Something I always do when I apply a compress, I always pray. I always say, Father in heaven, you made this body to heal, you made the potato, please bless this poultice. And it was about 11 in the morning and he was happy then with his foot wrapped up. That night after his bath, they put another grated potato poultice on his foot. And the next day, there was no swelling, no redness, no soreness. And this day, they put shoes and socks on his foot. At the end of the day, there's a little bit of redness, there's a little bit of swelling there. You see, with tetanus can only get a hold on the body if the wound is deep and it's healed on the outside and it hasn't healed from the inside. What the potato does is it keeps that wound open. Now, if it's healed from the inside, you can keep putting grated potato poultice on and it won't open it if it's healed from the inside. That's the beauty of the potato. The potato is very good for tissue swelling. And of course this, we had, he trod on the rusty nail. Child had never been vaccinated. But you know what we're watching? And this is the formula I always use. You look at the history, well, we knew straight away why he had a sore foot. He'd trodden on a rusty nail. What are the symptoms? He's crying, it's sore, it's all dirty, red and swollen. So we try grated potato poultice and then we observe the response. And that response told me that we're on the right track because the body will guide you. The response will guide you. So this second day, by the end of the day, it's a little bit red, a bit sore. So they put a grated potato poultice on. By morning, no redness, no soreness. Well, shoes and socks on again. This happened 3 days in a row. And the fourth morning, so he's had it on 3 nights, my son brought me the poultice. He said, look at this, Mum. He said, that grated potato has pulled the rusty metal out of the foot and cleaned it up. And you saw little bits of clean metal on the grated potato poultice. By the end of that 4th day, there was no redness, there was no soreness at all, and so they only did it for 3 nights. Let's say they didn't do it for a couple of days and it started to get sore and swollen. What do? Put another grated potato poultice on it. Would just mean that it actually hadn't healed from the inside out yet. And that's why I was able to raise 8 children with no antibiotics, no tetanus shots, and they're all still alive. Got that? They're all still alive. And I've got 25 grandchildren and they haven't had the shots, they haven't had the antibiotic, and guess what? They're all still alive. So the body can heal itself. Now, I'll tell you a funny story. It's a little bit of a scary story, but my son was on his way home and his 3 kids were sitting on the bed playing Monopoly. And whenever they got into jail, they put handcuffs on them, just plastic handcuffs. So they're sitting on the bed. I think their ages were something like 7, 9 and 11. And one of them went to the toilet, and when she came back, she jumped on the bed, and the boy on that end flew up in the air and went through the glass window, and he had his handcuffs on. So he couldn't stop himself. So he went flying out the window, and the little girl, she was the 11-year-old, she ran next door, but meanwhile, the other boy rang up William, and William's just about home. So we're thankful he got home first. Can you imagine the ambulance coming, and there's a child with handcuffs? William's telling me, I said, "You get the handcuffs off, you get the handcuffs off." He said, "Yeah, I got the handcuffs off." He said, "I looked at it and pushed it all back together, and it did need a couple of stitches." And the surgeon or the doctor, the nurse sometimes, that just stitched it together, it was about 1 inch long. And of course, the beauty of there, you've got a skull there, so it's just not going to go very deep. And he said, "Has he had his tetanus shots?" He said, "No, he's been immunised naturally, and because he was strong." And he said he'll need antibiotics. And he said, "Thank you very much for stitching," and you smile and leave. But what happens is most of the time they say, "But it could get infected." So many times antibiotics are given just in case. And yet meanwhile they're slaughtering the gut flora in the gut. I'm not against antibiotics. I think that they certainly can be used in a crisis, but they should be left for life-saving. What I'm showing you here, these are little things that you can do so you don't need to get to that. So if we'd done nothing to Sonny's foot and just watched it, it would have got bigger, redder, sorer, and then finally, maybe after 2 days, rush him to hospital, tetanus shots, antibiotics, but you see there's no need. And that's what I was confronted with when I had my broken arm. And I was talking to a paramedic, and he said 90% of people that come into emergency, it's actually unnecessary. Isn't that incredible? And that's why I sat there for 6 hours, because the whole system's it's choked up with people that don't know what to do. That's why I came to the conclusion. They say we're an enlightened age. I think we're dumb. I think we're dumb. We don't even know how to look after our bodies. It's information that's just been lost, because now we've been raised from a young age to just depend totally on doctor. But doctor is trained in one system, and that's drug therapy. But there are so many other things that you can do. So the potato is excellent for any tissue inflammation. And if the eye has, I think you call it pink eye, conjunctivitis, potato poultice on that. By morning, often all the swelling's gone down, and if there's a blocked tear duct, you put grated potato poultice on that overnight. You put it on and then bandage it on your head. Potato's very, very gentle. And when I was in the rainforest, my girlfriend rang up one day, and I heard her little boy in the background screaming. He's about a 10-month-old baby. I said, "What's the matter with Louis?" She said, "I don't know what to do. His little penis is swollen twice the size, little crawling baby. What are you going to do? And if you take him to emergency, what are they going to do?" I said, "Quickly make a grated potato poultice, and that's about the right size. Just lay it on his scrotum, put his nappy on, you call it a diaper." And she quickly did that, didn't take long. That's why it's good when you go home to make a box and have cotton squares in it. About that size is a good size. That'll make a poultice about that size. If your 15-year-old puts his leg through the sheet, remember, tear them up. But it's good to have them there and ready. So she did it. And the little fella, it must have brought relief straight away, because it's very cooling on any inflamed area. She said he fell asleep. He slept for 2 hours. What does that tell you? He is not in pain anymore. She said she kept going in to check, and he's sleeping soundly. And when he woke up, she quickly changed his nappy. Everything's back to normal. Sometimes you don't know why it's swollen, but that was tissue inflammation. whether something bit him, or maybe as he's crawling got a little bit of dirt in there. I don't know. You can but hypothesise. But the greater potato is very good for all tissue inflammation. There's another poultice that I wanted to show you. Well, I'll leave that there because this is ginger, so you make it exactly the same. But whereas potato is for tissue inflammation, the ginger is a little different. The ginger is for joint. So what would be joint inflammation? Joint inflammation can be maybe the person's hasn't been lifting right and their back's very sore. There's be inflammation there. Now you just look at our body. The biggest bone in the body is the femur. Biggest muscle mass in the body are the quads. Do you know why? Because that's how we should lift. We should be lifting like this. That is how a 2-year-old picks up a ball, like that. How do most adults pick up balls? Can you see that bend in the back? That bend in the back puts all the strain there. But if your back is kept straight, all the strain goes here. That's where it's supposed to be. So look after those backs. So many people have back pain. I don't have back pain because I'm very cautious with my back. Now, if I'm at the baggage claim and I've got a big bag, I've got to have 4 outfits, 4 or 5 outfits a week, 4 seasons. I've got a big bag. And I look around, there's no strong young men. I've got to do it. So you know what I do? I engage my core, I bend my neck, my knees. That's how I get my bag off the baggage claim. Because I'm the one that's got to live with this back. And remember what I said yesterday, I think it was yesterday, 75% of upper body weight is held in your lower back by water. So you must keep it well hydrated. But if someone hasn't been bending right and their back is inflamed, ginger poultice, you just apply that to the lower back. And often with the ginger poultice, if there's inflammation in the joint, within 20 minutes, the skin is hot. Very good on arthritic joints or wrists, elbows, knees. So wherever you've got joints, the ginger's very good for that. So we had a lady with an arthritic joint, and sometimes it can be arthritic because of an old injury. And we put the grated ginger on. If we do the grated ginger, we'll do it about 6 o'clock at night. So then by 8 o'clock, we're saying, how does it feel? And one lady said, I can't stand it, it's so hot, it's burning me. So we just take it off. Because it appears that the ginger pulls the inflammation out of the joint to the skin. So we say, well, just take it off, it's already done something. And, they're complaining about the hot on the skin. I say, yeah, but how does it feel? And they go, actually, I can move it. And that's what you'll often find. Most pain is due to inflammation. If you can get the inflammation down, you can get the pain down. So if I have a sore back or anything like that, the last thing I think of is pain-killing medication. I don't even think about that. I just think, now why is that sore? What have I done? I'll put a poultice on it. So sometimes I say to a guest at 8 o'clock, how does it feel? And they say, really good. Can I keep this on all night? So you see what I'm watching for? I'm watching for the response. There's no hard and fast rule here. There's no 2 people the same. My daughter has twin girls. They're like chalk and cheese. Twin girls from the same parents and yet so different. And that's why you're the doctor, because only you know how you feel, only you know how your body's responding. One lady, she saw my lecture on YouTube on the ginger poultice and she had a sore knee, so she put it on and she had it on for a couple of hours and she said her knee started to bend. She was so excited, so then she put another one on. And then she had a shower and put another one on overnight, and then in the morning all the tissue was swollen and it had little blisters on it, because she contacted me and said, "What have I done?" I said, "Overdone it." So what you're better to do with the ginger poultice is just do it for maybe a couple of hours in the afternoon, and then put a castor oil compress on it overnight. So you can use different poultices at different times, different compresses, because the castor oil is very soothing. It's great on sore knees too. I've had a few people testify that they're wearing the castor oil compresses on their knees overnight, and the knees aren't so sore. But then you've got to always put your detective hat on, you know. If someone's got really bad knees, first thing I ask, are you carrying excess weight? Because excess weight always puts a load on the knee. Are you on your feet all day long? Are you exercising? So you investigate. Are you drinking adequate water so that those joints are getting nicely lubricated? So that's where I always use those basic laws of health. I use them as my guideline to find, and as you go through them, you can often see, they're not getting enough sleep. You know, the footwear. I spend a lot of money on my footwear because I'm on my feet a lot. So it has to look good. My husband complains if it doesn't look good. And it has to be very, very comfortable and out of natural fibre. So cheap shoes can also affect knees, can affect hips. So it's not worth it. So the ginger is for joint. And what I find with a lot of people, it'll be really hot the first day, and the next day doesn't get as hot, and then the next day not as hot. So once the inflammation's been pulled out, then it doesn't seem to get as hot anymore. As soon as you've used the poultices, you of course discard them, and that's why it's good to just, you know, your old tea towels, you call them dishcloths, yeah, or old pillowcases that are getting really thin because the fabric is really soft. So ginger is for joint inflammation, potatoes for tissue inflammation. You would never put a ginger poultice on the eye. So your potato is used for all the gentle places. And the castor oil, it can just about be used anywhere. And there's another one called onion. An onion can be used raw, an onion can be used hot. Now, if you're chopping up an onion, it's not uncommon that your eyes will start watering. That's an indication that onion juice is very good at cutting mucus in the respiratory areas. So you can use a finely sliced onion in a cloth. So if I do and this is for a sore throat, so you have a cloth that's long like that, and you put fine slices of onion here, and then you fold this up and this one over. So now you've got a cloth like this with the onion inside, and you can put it around your neck and cover that with a bit of plastic. What the plastic does is it insulates it, protects the clothing, and it prevents chilling if the air's hitting the wet from the poultice. And that can be worn overnight. Your bed partner might not like your perfume that night, but it can ease a sore throat. What you can also do with the raw onion is you can chop it up, and I've done this a few times. So say this is a sock, and you can put the chopped onion in the sock, and you put your foot in the sock. So the chopped onion is basically all on the bottom of your foot. It's touching your skin. So you put it in your sock, put a plastic bag over that, then put another sock there to keep it in place, and you can sleep with that all night. And that's very good for night coughing. So I was with my daughter, and her little 3-year-old boy had a bad cough. She gave him a hot bath, lemon and honey drink, and put him to bed, and he coughed. And he coughed, and he coughed. He coughed half an hour non-stop. We thought, he'll go to sleep in a minute. But he didn't. So we got him up and we chopped up the onion, put it in the sock, put a plastic bag on. See, the plastic bag just prevents the onion juice soiling the bed, and then put another sock on, holds it in place. We put him back to bed, and it's almost unbelievable, not one more cough. He didn't cough all night long. You see, the biggest pores in the body are on the soles of your feet. And so the onion juice is taken up and it basically goes where it's needed. Remember Psalm 104 verse 14? God gave herbs for the service of man. It's taken where it's needed. So that's very good for night coughing, is just chopped onion on the bottom of the feet. You can also make an onion cough syrup. And the onion cough syrup, it's a really old recipe. I remember the book I first saw it in about 40 years ago. It used sugar, but I didn't want to use sugar. I didn't use sugar at all. So I decided to try honey. And it works very well with honey. And honey is very soothing on a sore throat. So this is a glass jar. And what you do is you put, say, half an inch of chopped onion there. And then you put, we'll do a blue, and then you put a teaspoon of honey. Put a teaspoon of honey there, and then you keep layering it like this so that you've got chopped onion, that's the chopped onion, layers of chopped onion and layers of honey until your jar's full up or you haven't got any onion left. And between each layer of chopped onion, a teaspoon of honey, a teaspoon of honey. Now that top layer, I put 2 teaspoons of honey. And then you seal the lid of the jar. And it takes about half an hour, and you might have a little bit of syrup there, but ideally you let that sit for 24 hours. So after 24 hours, you'll find that it looks like this. You've got your chopped onion have basically all fallen down there, and you've got a really thin amber syrup, which is the onion syrup. When the children were little, I used to just buy big buckets once a year of raw honey. And in the winter, it goes solid. Because I think where I live, the temperature's about same as here. We have frost in the winter, but we have hot summers. So we have the 4 seasons. So when it got really cold, because it's raw honey, it goes solid. So when I make the onion syrup, I just put a lump of solid honey there, a lump of solid honey, and I'd still get that liquid. After 24 hours, you strain the onion out, and you can just keep so by the time you've strained the onion out, you've probably got about that much onion syrup in there. And that can keep almost indefinitely in the fridge. So what's the dose? So for an adult that had a bad cold, they might have 2 teaspoons 3 times a day. For a child, might be a teaspoon 3 times a day. For a little 18-month-old, it might be half a teaspoon. For a baby, it might be a dot. Oh, Barbara, we're told it's dangerous to give babies honey. Have you heard that? Have you seen what they inject into babies' arms as soon as they're born? We've forgotten what dangerous or safety is. But for a baby, all you have to do is put your finger in the onion syrup and just put a dot on their tongue. Babies have been having... Do you know, I remember as a little girl, I was 8 when my baby sister was born, and do you call it a pacifier, a dummy that they suck? If she was crying, Mum would get me to dip her pacifier into a little jar of honey and put it in her mouth. Well, guess what? It didn't seem to do her any harm. I don't advise that. I think that's actually too much honey. But they say it's not safe, and I'm not sure why they say it's not safe, but I do know what is safe and what is not safe. Common sense tells us that. So raw onion can be used, as you see, basically for respiratory, but you can also use onion cooked. And this was the very first poultice I ever did on my son. You see, my eldest daughter, I think she's 50 next year. Whoa, it seems unbelievable. But when she was only 16 months old, she got an earache. I went straight to the doctor. That's all I knew, because that's what I was brought up with. And over 6 weeks and 4 courses of antibiotics later, I'm back at the doctor because the earache kept coming back, but I didn't know what to do. I'm thankful to God to this day for experiencing that feeling, which I think probably just about every mother has experienced. My girls have never experienced it. My boys have never experienced it because they grow up in a home where we did natural treatments and they know what to do. And guess what? All my grandchildren know what to do. How nice we can actually change the way things are. So I'm back at the doctor. He's writing the 5th course of antibiotics. I'm so frustrated. I said, will my daughter be on this for the rest of her life? Do we read that quote today from Einstein? What's the definition of insanity? To do what you've always done and expect different results. He was challenged by my question. He wrote me a referral to an ear, nose and throat specialist who looked in her mouth, looked in her ears, said the child's teething, give her these drops to keep the eustachian tubes clear. So now we're 2 years later, my son James, about the same age, gets an earache. I do not go to the doctor. I do not tell anyone because everyone says, don't play with the ears, you'll go deaf. But I've got to do something. So I'm about 25. I went to the old lady next door. She's 85. I said, what did your mother do when you had an earache? She said, Mum would steam up an onion on the stove. I ran home. I steamed the onion on the stove. I wrapped it in a cloth. And he was breastfeeding, so I could, against his ear and against my arm, I could feel the temperature. He fell asleep. He slept for 2 hours. When he woke up, he was happy. I don't think he's had another one. I was sold. There's something else. I was like a woman possessed. I'm going to find out more. And I did. And the result of what I found, I've written my book, Sustain Me, a handbook on natural remedies. Oh, I would have loved that book when I was a young mother. I would have liked to know me when I was a young mother. And you know what's really nice? You don't have to get in the car with your sick child. You don't have to drive to emergency. Do you know the average wait now is 8 hours? Oh, how nice that you can just steam up the onion on the stove and have them in your home. So cooked onion for an earache is the best. But what if the earache comes back? You just do another onion poultice. Ideally you steam it or you dry bake it. And you cut it in half. You keep all the skin on, the ends hold everything together. And the part you're looking at, the rings, that's the part you put on the ear. And you wrap it in a cloth. And if you can keep it warm, you can keep it there. So when my son fell asleep, I laid him down on a towel that had been folded over several times, and I knew that would insulate it because his body was against it. If you can keep it warm, you can keep it there. If it gets cold, you're going to have to take it off. I have since learned that when you steam the onion, you cut it in half, you can squeeze a bit of the cooked onion juice onto a cold spoon. It'll be boiling, the spoon will be cold, and then it'll become lukewarm, and you can put that in the ear. I've also since learned that a cooked onion poultice can be used for a boil. And I've had several people testify. One guy, he used to regularly get boils, and he said it can be days of pain, and you squeeze it, get a bit out, so painful. So he tried the cooked onion poultice on, and he left it for about 18 hours. He said it felt so soothing. And what it does is the onion is a drawer. It draws everything up towards the onion. And because it's soft and cooked, the onion just breaks the top. And he said he took it off because he could feel all this wetness. And when he took it off, everything came away. He said he didn't even have to push it out. And that's painful. He said, I can't say it was painless, but he said, Usually it's something like 8, 9 out of 10 pain. This was about a 5 out of 10 pain. And he said, and once you've got that release, there's no pain. So they're the two places I've experienced that the cooked onion can be very effective, is for the earache and also for a boil. Another one that I'd like to mention is the cayenne pepper. We talked about cayenne pepper internally, and I have to tell you that cayenne pepper, that it's not ratatouille, matatouille, our singer Matt, it's the hottest cayenne pepper I've ever had. But cayenne pepper can be used internally, thins the blood, acts as a vasodilator, and it also can strengthen the arterial wall. It is a blood stimulant, and anything that moves blood increases healing. But it can also be used externally. One is for peripheral neuropathy. What's peripheral neuropathy? It's a common side effect of chemotherapy, and it's also can be experienced for diabetics, meaning there's no feeling in their feet. It can also happen when someone has cold feet year after year after year. Eventually they use the feeling in their feet. Don't ever let your feet get cold. If they get cold, warm them up and keep them warm with woolen socks. And if you put cold feet into woolen socks and sheepskin boots, they'll stay cold. You've got to warm them up, then keep them warm by your woolen socks. Perfect health requires perfect circulation, and perfect circulation means my feet are as warm as the middle of my body. But if there is peripheral neuropathy, if you Google it, it says no known cure. Well, there is. I never underestimate what the body can do. You get a piece of plastic about the size of the foot, and then you put a double-layered kitchen paper on it. And when you put the double-layered kitchen paper on it, then you sprinkle that with a little olive oil. I find the best thing is put your finger in like a little cap of oil, dot, 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 put it in, dot, dot, dot. Because if you pour it on, you'll have too much olive oil. But you're dotting the area with olive oil. If you put too much olive oil on, you're going to get leaking through the socks, leaking through the bed. No fun, no fun. So just lightly olive oil, and then you sprinkle per foot half a teaspoon of cayenne pepper. The olive oil is there so that the cayenne pepper will stick to it, because if you don't have the olive oil there, the cayenne pepper will just fall off. So half a teaspoon of cayenne pepper, and again that light layer of olive oil will just cause it to stick, and then you put the foot on. So I'm not a great foot drawer, but it's... So the foot goes straight onto it, like that. And then you put your sock on and just wear it there overnight. So the bottom of the skin of the foot is touching the cayenne pepper. And what I find, if someone's got cold feet, by morning their feet are really warm. And if someone's got peripheral neuropathy, we have found often by morning they've got pins and needles. What's that? That's the first sign of some feeling coming back. So you might do this 3 nights a week. How long do you do it for? Your body will tell you when the feeling's coming back. That's probably enough. If you do it every night, you'll feel like your feet are on fire and you want to put your feet in a bucket of cold water all day. So you're listening. You're looking at body's response. But we've seen people heal from peripheral neuropathy by using the cayenne pepper compresses on the bottom of the feet. If someone's got an underactive thyroid, they can put a cayenne pepper compress just the way I showed you, but probably half the size, and apply it to the thyroid. Do it in the morning and for a couple of hours. You see, the thyroid controls metabolism, and if you put that on the thyroid at the end of the day, it'll wake you up to the point where you mightn't be able to sleep. What do you do for an overactive thyroid? Ice. ice slows anything down. In fact, I think ice is one of the most wonderful cures we have. Every home should have ice in their freezer. It's one of the best anti-inflammatory agents that we've got. So I don't know what bit me on my leg, but I've got a bite on my leg. And I was just going to sleep and, itch. I don't think it was a mosquito, because if I get a mosquito bite, it's gone in half an hour. It must be like a little sandfly. We've got sandflies. I don't know if you've got those little mites that bite. Chigger. I hope it's not a chigger. Well, let me give you my chigger experience. I was in Alabama and I had about 5 bites on my legs because I like walking through the forest. And I said, what are these? And they said, chiggers. And I'd never heard of chiggers. And they said, it's a little mite and it gets under your skin. That will itch. You'll be scratching that for a couple of months. And if you Google, you know what it says? Nail polish. Well, I'm not going to put nail polish on. So what I did was I decided I will never scratch it. What I did was I got ice. And I just got a block of ice, I put it in a face cloth, and I'd freeze each one until I couldn't bear it anymore. Freeze the next one, freeze the next one. And I had about 5, so I'd just go over and over until the block of ice wasn't there anymore. I only had to do that twice a day. I had to do it after my hot shower at night because that'd wake them up, and I'd sleep all night. And then after my morning walk, exercising, running up and down hills, then they'd all itch, and I'd just ice it. And I did that twice a day. I never scratched, and only took 10 days, and they were gone. And I was told I'd be scratching for 2 months. Ice is amazing. So whenever you get a bite or any type of inflammation, just use ice. And you can keep rubbing it around, or if you put it straight on, you do 7 on, 7 seconds on, 7 seconds off, 7 seconds on, 7 seconds off. And you can do that to the thyroid. I had a lady ring me and her little girl had trod on a rusty nail, almost went through the top of her foot, little 10-year-old girl. She had the greater potato poultice on, but she said it's still sore and it's still red. So I said, try some contrast baths. So what are the contrast baths? So 2 buckets and 1 bucket, and this is explained in my book Sustain Me in the hydrotherapy section. So 1 bucket, you do hot water. You see, hot water, when you apply hot water to the body, it has a stimulating effect. It's like when you get in a hot bath. When you first get in, it's a little, just getting used to the hot water, and then, there's a slowing down. So initially, the first effect of hot water on the skin is stimulating, but then there's a slowing down. But with the hot water, it takes 3 minutes to get from stimulation to slowing down. Whereas the cold, it definitely has a stimulating effect when you first apply cold water to the body, but it only takes 30 seconds to slow down. So what you're stimulating is blood. And why we want to stimulate blood is because blood contains the oxygen. Blood contains the nutrients. Blood contains the water. It's the carrier of the water. And what blood also does, it takes away waste. But there's something else. That's your red blood cells. There's blood cells. There's white blood cells. What are your white blood cells? They're your internal army. In fact, whenever you've got an injury, all you need is blood. Isn't there a song like that? All you need is love. All you need is blood. That's all you need. And this is why these contrast hot and cold or hydrotherapy treatments, they've been used for centuries. This is what nurses used to learn. In fact, in the area of pain relief, there is no equal to this. And I've seen it happen many, many times. And so the foot goes in, hot water for how long? 3 minutes. And then out of the hot and into the cold for how long? 30 seconds. And before it's got time to slow down, you go back into the hot. But before you go back into the hot, you put a little bit more boiling water in. You want to keep that hot. How long do you do this for? 3 times. How long does that take? Let's be generous, 15 minutes, probably more, 12 minutes. The pain relief that you get from those alternating hot and colds is incredible. I've seen it many times. I've seen 8 out of 10 pain go to a 4 or 5 out of 10 pain in 15 minutes. How long does it take Tylenol to have an effect? 30, 40 minutes? This is quicker. You can do it to feet, you can do it to hands. You can even sit in it. Sitting in hot and cold is called sitz baths. So these simple remedies you'll find in my book, Sustain Me. I've got a chapter of just the simple ones. Now for the nurses, they had whole textbooks on it. But just for the home, you just need a few simple ones. So this is why Michael and I, and he's standing there, which means my time's probably up. Oh, it is. And this is why Michael and I didn't have to take our children. See, our children never saw paediatricians, they never saw doctors. We never took them to emergency, we just did this. And that's what our great-grandmothers did. So my time is up, and it looks like Michael's got something to say.
Okay, I might have to speak in your little mouthpiece there. I just wanted to say it's all over now, and we've had a delightful time here in North Carolina, and we'd love to come again, wouldn't we, darling?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you all so much for putting up with Barbara. You know, she's talking, but it's been interesting.
Oh, good.
Yeah, very few complaints.
There you are.
Oh, that's all right. I don't have any more to say. I just wanted to come up and, say that it's been great to be here, and it's time for us to go. We're off to Arkansas after here, and we'll be out there for a week. I'll be there, and then I'm gone back home. So Barbara's going to stay here, aren't you, darling?
Yes, I am, but I think right now we've got half an hour of question and answer.
Oh, do we?
Yeah, so...
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought it was all over. Well, I've come at the wrong time, haven't I?
Now, you've got some books for sale, is that right?
I do. I have some books up there. There's a couple written by you, and there's also one written by a magnificent author called The Assassination of Barbara O'Neill. Yeah. I wrote that one.
Okay, well, we're going to have question and answer now.
Okay, I'll just go away.
Righto, yes. So what we might do is, if you have a question, have we got some roving mics there?
We do.
We do?
We'll get some.
Okay.
Yeah. So I want to actually do a panel. So we can.
Oh.
So it'll be for you mostly.
Right, yeah.
If there's any other questions.
Okay, looks like we're going to have a panel, so we're going to have a few people come up. While we're waiting for everyone to come up, I can just take a question.
Okay. All right. Any suggestions for diverticulitis, or any suggestions if you've been diagnosed with acute diverticulitis, and also how to put muscle back on after menopause?
Now, if you've been diagnosed with acute diverticulitis, medicine has no cure. But you know, the body has the ability to heal itself. I would wear castor oil compresses on the abdomen. I'd wear them overnight, and that can help break up those little pockets. It's also important to drink adequate water, and also to make sure you've got nice fibre in your diet, like your fruits and vegetables. That can help to clean out the colon. And if you can find someone that does colonic irrigation treatments, have you heard of that? Colonic irrigation treatments, that's just like warm water going in and out of the colon, usually for about 40 minutes. That can soften those little pockets of diverticulitis.
She also had asked about gaining muscle after menopause.
Sorry? So I can't get that.
She was asking about how to regain muscle after menopause.
Muscle after menopause, there's one way to strengthen muscle, it's just exercise. Sorry, I can't hear that. So it's really just strengthening. That's why sometimes a personal trainer, a physiotherapist can help give you targeted exercises for certain parts of the body.
Okay, my question is about, I have a 5-year-old daughter who has really bad eczema, and then I also have a daughter who has spina bifida and has a big scar from fetal surgery on her back. And I was curious about your opinion on like castor oil on that.
Castor oil would be excellent. And for the eczema, we've seen many children totally healed from that by stopping the 5 allergen foods. That's dairy, wheat, oats, peanuts, refined sugar. It can take at least 2 months to start to see an effect, but we have seen so many heal from that. I was even talking to one lady who, her daughter took her little grandson to a paediatrician, and the paediatrician told the same thing. So it was great to hear that some paediatricians are using that.
The parasites are driving me crazy. I can't stand it anymore. What do I do to get rid of intestinal parasites?
How do they drive you crazy?
I can feel them. I went down in my legs and...
How do you know they're parasites? You don't know.
The itchiness?
That's not necessarily parasites. Do you know, apparently it's the thing on the internet at the moment, is that right? Mm-hmm. It must be, because everyone's asking me about parasites. And parasites are being blamed for everything.
I've got dogs and a horse and...
Yeah, and I thought, oh, this is new. But if you have animals in the home, you should do parasite cleanses probably every 6 months. And the herbs are wormwood, black walnut and clove essential oil. And you can often buy mixes with them in it.
Internally? Take it in internally? Or?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
My question would be, do you have any recommendations for someone with an autoimmune disease, specifically MS?
Well, I've seen people totally heal from autoimmune diseases. I think it's a label that the doctor puts on it and calls it autoimmune when they don't know what to do. But I know that we live in a body that can heal. So for MS, one of the main causes of MS is mercury poisoning. So it's getting the mercury fillings out of the mouth. I was so glad to hear that Robert Kennedy Jr. has taken mercury out of the flu vaccines, but it still doesn't mean that the flu vaccine is safe. We don't need to take the vaccines because our body was designed to heal itself. The MS is a deterioration of the myelin sheath. See, God didn't design the body to eat itself. So what would cause the myelin sheath to deteriorate? Mercury is the number one, also chemicals. So it's important to stop anything that might be contributing to it. But I met a lady who had slurred speech, a dragging leg and incontinence. She was 50 and she started implementing those Sustain Me principles, and in 6 months she was symptom free. So that's the good news. Tristan, we got another question?
Yeah, we'll do one up front.
First, I want to thank you for sharing your time and your knowledge with us. I have a daughter, she is a nurse, and she works at night. So she has to sleep during the day. I want your opinion about that.
Well, someone has to work at night. But in my book, Sustain Me, I've got a chapter on sleep, and I show the most important hours, and I show the importance of exercising, keeping well hydrated, careful when you have times of eating. But really, shift work has to happen, but ideally you do it as least as possible, because the research shows that it does age people a lot earlier than they should be aging, because they're not getting the reviving hours.
Do you have an opinion on comfrey's effect on the liver with external use, not taken internally, but just external use, and how it would affect the liver?
What was that on the liver?
Comfrey, external use of comfrey, and how it would affect the liver, because modern medicine kind of ties it in and says it has a negative effect on the liver, but obviously there's like thousands of years.
I read the story of a man who got a cow, and this was a female cow who was thin and old and was taken to the abattoirs. So he decided to take this cow home and feed it only comfrey. No grass, no nothing, because it was going to die anyway. The cow got fat, the cow got healthy, the cow started to produce milk. The milk had an inch of cream on top. Now, he did it to prove that comfrey is not the toxicity they say. Every single drug medication is more harmful on the liver than comfrey. My little boys used to chew on comfrey. They had green juice coming out the side of there, and I didn't stop them. They seemed to like it as chewing gum. And the Russians, the reason why they survived such bad winters in the war is because it is claimed that they were eating comfrey. But I could just about be put in jail if I advised taking comfrey. I'll leave it up to you.
We're going to just take a short break because I promised that we would do one thing for a giveaway that we had taken, and we need to just take care of that quickly, and then we can continue a little bit more. So I'll let you go ahead on stage so it doesn't ring at you.
Good evening, everyone. If you stop by the Vegetarian Express booth, you may have put your name in the basket for a drawing for a gift basket. So we're going to draw the name and see who it is. Yeah, you draw it.
Chris Hildebrand. So if you're not here right now, I actually know Chris, so we'll make sure it gets in her hands. Okay. Yeah, if you can take it to your booth, and I'll come by and get it later. Thank you. All right, so we got one back here.
Barbara, question on thoughts on doing the historical, and being that investigator for 78, I'm here, if you see me. Hello, and thank you so much for being here. 78-year-old woman, abruptly hit menopause, the loss of her partner, her husband, upon his death, hit menopause. So she's been menopausal for 20 plus years now, about 25 years. Is having compression fractures regularly, currently fell in mid-July, broke 5 bones, C4, she's had lumbar compression. Go ahead.
Is she on any medication?
No, absolutely no medication, has done supplementation. So I've currently been doing like comfrey salve. She's currently now taking peptides or working with a functional practitioner. She's on GABA and L-theanine. We're doing all kinds of stuff, D3K2. Just wondering, she also has had varicose veins, had surgery, they've come back. She's had an ulcer that's been on her leg for almost a year. So I've been applying comfrey now for about 6-7 weeks to that, but we're not getting a lot of the healing. So just wondering other things you're thinking.
Does she exercise?
She was walking until she got the lumbar compression fractures following a trip to Europe 2 summers ago.
Does she drink coffee?
Stopped drinking coffee probably 3 to 4 years ago.
Okay. In my book, Sustain Me, I have got a chapter on the bones,
Okay.
and I did a lecture, I think it was last night,
yep.
on the bones, and you'll see that the yam cream's important.
Okay, so I actually ordered, I need to bring it. I brought the comfrey that I had ordered and the yam cream because I've been using that as well. And so I just started using the yam cream from hearing one of your lectures earlier this week on her. But I want to make sure it's the right one because I thought I ordered them both from your daughter's site, but I've got both of them with me. Can I show you later and just see if it's the correct or not the correct thing if I ended up going to a different site?
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much.
Reticulitis causes you to feel like you have a little bulge on the left side at times.
Sorry, I'm just getting used to the accent. Can you just talk real slow?
I've had a hard time with yours the whole week.
Can you interpret it for me?
I'm going to interpret. That goes both ways.
What was that?
So she asked if diverticulitis can feel like you have a little bulge in your abdomen.
They're usually smaller than that, but for diverticuli, you wear the castor oil compresses. Make sure you're having fruits and vegetables, getting that really good fibre into the colon.
I'm diagnosed with type 2 diabetes, and for the past few years, I don't want to take any meds. I'm getting liver surgery. I do take berberine and bitter melon. Is that good to take? It seems to be making me feel better, but is anything you could suggest as far as natural remedies, herbs?
It's
or
really diet, because different foods have different effect on blood sugar levels.
Okay.
And in my book, Sustain Me, I define the best foods to take.
Oh, just foods. Okay, thank you.
Yeah? Paper towel. Sorry?
Can you say what brand shoes you like?
Well, when I'm not on stage, I love Vivo Barefoots. I wear Vivo Barefoots a lot. In the summer, I really like Birkenstocks, but my husband doesn't like the look of Vivo Barefoots or Birkenstocks, so I'm not allowed to lecture in them. But these are a little leather boot, so I go for natural fibre as much as possible.
Okay, I have a couple of questions from online viewer. One is, she would like to know, is wild yam capsules as effective as the wild yam cream?
That's a good question. No, they're not. Dr. John Lee, he's one of the first doctors that blew the whistle on what was happening with the hormones. He shows you can get 400% more of the actives applying it to the skin compared to taking it by mouth, because your liver detoxifies most of it.
Okay. And then, can varicose veins really be reversed, and what works best on them?
Varicose veins can be managed. That's an inherited factor, but remember, genetics loads the gun, but lifestyle pulls the trigger. So there are certain factors that can help to manage varicose veins. Good footwear is important. Not being on your feet all day is important. There is a muscle that acts like a second heart that massages the venous system, and that's the calf. So exercises, that's why the rebounding's so good, because that heart, when you stimulate the calf muscle, you are stimulating the venous system. Cayenne pepper strengthens the arterial wall. So in my book, Sustain Me, I have a chapter on varicose veins. It's called Lovely Legs. That's the name of the chapter.
Hello, hi, good morning. Good afternoon, sorry, kind of nervous here. Got a question for you. I have a cardiologist that told me that there's nothing that can be helped for a enlarged heart, but I do have a cardiologist. He just recently passed away. He said that yes, enlarged heart can go back to regular size. Other than diet, I'm plant-based. I lost 200 pounds, and thank you. And I lost the weight, and I also go to the sauna as well, and take the cayenne pepper as well. Is there any other things?
Well, all that will make a huge difference. Often an enlarged heart can be a result of medication. I don't know if you've ever been on medication, but
I'm on a lot. Yeah.
you're on a lot. Okay.
Yes.
Yep. So ideally, you look at ways you can get off the medication.
Yeah.
So that's what I'd look at. Look at what the medications are. Blood thinners and stuff. Immediately, sounds like I've lost. Oh no, I've got my voice back. They can be. I hope you're not on any cholesterol drugs because they're dangerous and they won't help at all. Blood thinning medication, you don't need to be on that if you're taking cayenne pepper, but you probably should be taking a capsule of cayenne pepper 3 times a day and even build up to 2 capsules 3 times a day.
Okay.
So that's what I seriously look at, is the medication you're on and alternatives. And in my book, Sustain Me, I've got a chapter called Love Your Heart with All Your Heart, and it shows what you can do to strengthen the heart.
Okay. Thank you.
Charisma, and she's 17, and she's been having seizures since she was born. And right now, we just got out of the hospital, and she's having up to about 200 a day. And
Was she vaccinated?
Yes.
Because unfortunately, the neurotoxins in the vaccines are one of the main causes for children having seizures. There's a book called Stop Autism Now by Dr. Bruce Fife, that's F-I-F-E, and the 3rd chapter is called The Ketone Miracle, and he shows how the ketogenic diet has been used for over 100 years to control epilepsy. So that's what I would pursue, and we advocate the ketogenic diet, but using plants. So what you do, get the carbohydrates right down and use legumes, nuts and seeds instead of meat, and supplementing with coconut oil. That's what will kick the body into ketosis.
And she does have a brain disorder as well. It's a double cortex syndrome. So her cortex is, and that was genetically, but would you recommend the same for that?
Well, it might be genetic or it might be vaccines. It's hard to know, but they won't acknowledge that it's the vaccines, of course. But that's what I'd look at. I'd get the book Stop Autism Now and have a look at that ketogenic diet.
Thank you.
Hi, Barbara. Thank you for answering my question. I have really high blood pressure. We're talking like 180 over 120, and sometimes it'll go down to normal.
Do you know when it's high?
I do not. I do not have any symptoms at all whatsoever, but when I see the number, I get anxiety.
So if you'd never had your blood pressure taken, you'd never know?
What was that?
If you'd never had your blood pressure taken, you'd
Correct.
never know. So it's probably not a problem. Because we had a girl at the retreat, she was about 40, and one of the staff said to me, her blood pressure's really high. It's something like 160 on 100. And I said to her, your blood pressure's high? She said, oh, it's always high, doesn't bother me. So
I just get a little nervous because, I mean, I know there's an American chart, there's a European chart, numbers are different, and
yeah, I just think I would, if I was you, I wouldn't take my blood pressure anymore.
I love that.
Because I really think if there's a problem, your body will tell you.
Okay, thank you.
I can't take castor oil. It causes chest pains and
Yeah.
heart arrhythmias. Is there another thing that would be good to,
Well, what would you take capsules for?
um, castor oil? For bone spurs or everything? Like, you talk so
Oh,
much
you mean
about.
you can't apply the castor oil to your body?
Exactly.
Oh, well, don't.
Is there something else that would?
You could you could try the coconut oil. It won't quite do the same. But what happens if you apply castor oil?
I have a lot of arrhythmias, and the last time I used it, I had really sharp pains in my chest.
Yeah, that's very strange. I'd keep trying it every now and then. Don't do it for a month, then just try a little bit. Because it might be other factors that are, because I've not heard that it'll do that, and I don't doubt it, but I would keep trying it in different ways, and maybe you can.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. It was a great seminar. I have a question. What about the restless leg at night?
In my book, Sustain Me, I've got all the things that you can do to help with sleep. Now, once you start implementing them, you're not going to sleep. But eventually you will. That's the good news. Eventually you will. It's not going to change overnight, but little by little by little, you can train yourself into better sleep. Most people can't sleep because their brain's going. And there are things that you can do to help switch off your brain. So in my book, I've listed a whole lot of things.
Cayenne pepper to take for the... What's the dose you are recommending for cayenne pepper if I want to take the supplement? And what brand?
If you get Matatui's cayenne pepper, you don't have to take very much because it's about 163 heat units. Whoa. Just about blows the top of your head off, so you don't need much of that. So if it's not that strong, of course you can take a little bit more. So again, I leave it with the person to try it out.
Hi, Barbara. Thanks for coming here tonight. Sometimes when I take different supplements or different foods, it gives me really bad, intense nightmares, bad dreams, like matcha, some other supplements.
So what you got to
dairy.
do is write down what does that and don't take it.
I feel like it's so many things. Do you know anything that may cause night tremors?
The good news is I don't take any supplements. Because I like what Hippocrates said, let food be your medicine and medicine be your food. But I find that these laws of health, they do so much, and the cold dunk in the morning. So I guess maybe you don't need to take supplements.
Okay,
You save a fortune, you'd be able to go to Misty Mountain.
All right, we're going to do 2 more questions, and we've got one right here.
Have severe allergies like hay fever or ragweed, and I don't want to use the inhaler or allergy pills. What can I do to help them?
Definitely don't take allergy pills.
Okay.
But have you tried stopping the 5 allergens with them? That's the wheat, dairy, oats, peanuts and refined sugar. I have seen people who've had cat allergies, they stop those foods, no more cat allergies. They've had pollen allergies, they stop those foods, no more pollen allergies. So that's what I would do. I would stop those foods. Don't stop them yet. You've got to get your cupboards well stocked. There's a wonderful bread out here called Simple Needs. It's so easy with that bread because it's so nice. It'll keep in the fridge for about 6 weeks. Put it in the toaster and it lightens it up. So just look at the alternatives of what you can do, and you can use almond butter instead of peanut butter. And also talk to your boys about it and show it on the calendar, because there's no use feeding them the good food at home and they're going to go out and eat other foods. But you know what? If they're going to go and eat the other food, you say, oh, well, stay with your allergies, But if they're having discomfort, say, let's try this. You've got to get them on board.
Is it on?
Hi.
Love you. But question, what is it again? What's the natural way for serotonins with hormones? Because I get angry. I do. I get really angry, and I think it's a serotonin.
Whenever there's emotions, I always look at the hormones. Because when there's a hormonal imbalance, that's when anxiety, anger, things like this can arise. So that's what I'd look at balancing the hormones. Look, are you getting enough sleep? Are you drinking enough water? Are you exercising every day? I'd go through all of that and then have a look at what makes you angry and assess that. Often you can say, well, this is silly. There's no need for me to anger. Why am I angry? Is it because I haven't had enough sleep? Is it because of my hormones imbalancing? So I like to use the process of elimination and eliminate anything that that might be contributing to it. And in my last lecture, I showed how God has offered to take away our heart of stone and give us a heart of flesh, and where that Holy Spirit can help refine us and keep us calm.
Hi, Barbara. My stepfather has advancing dementia. He has been on statins for quite a number of years. Have you ever seen any reversal of dementia symptoms, or do you have any kind of suggestions with dementia?
There's a book called Stop Alzheimer's Now, and it's by Dr. Bruce Fife, and he shows how the coconut oil can kick the body into ketosis, and ketones are neuroprotectors, neurohealers, and there are stories in that book of people who've been able to turn it around. Much depends on how long the person has been going through this, and also how cooperative they are to do what you've got to do. So there are certain factors there, but it's worth a try.
Well, thank you, Barbara.
Thank you.
Round of applause for Barbara.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm being asked for one more question. One more question.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Just your thoughts on basal ganglia encephalitis due to strep, like PANDAS diagnosis for a little one.
It's very interesting the names they give you now, isn't it? So how old is the child? Was the child vaccinated? Yeah, I always try to investigate the cause, and because of the neurotoxins in the vaccine, it's estimated 50% of our kids are sick today. It's difficult for me to comment because I'm not sure on the full history. And if a father's been in the military, sometimes the vaccines and poisons he was exposed to can come through in the children. It's difficult to know unless I know the full history. But in his book, Stop Alzheimer's Now, on all adult neurodegeneration, and his book, Stop Autism Now, it just doesn't look at autism, it looks at epilepsy, it looks at a lot of neurological things there, showing how the change in diet and supplementing with coconut oil can make a difference. So that's what I'd pursue. Thank you.
Thanks again, everybody.
Okay. Good night. Thank you.
Barbara, will you sign my book, please?